and special.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, one and all. Welcome to another exciting episode of Pacific414 Pop Talk with Mike, who will be right back in a moment, myself, and of course, look who we got here. Look who we got here.
I'm here. What day is it? Where am I?
Yeah. Oh, we got a show today?
What, there's a show?
Yeah. That was me.
What day is it? Is it Tuesday?
Yeah, when you and I were, we were talking, and you go, yeah, gonna go backstage. No, it's like, what, huh? We got a show today? Yeah, it's Wednesday,
There's
man.
A show,
it's like,
man.
oh, jeez.
Crazy, man. There's a show.
But yeah, show me, everybody, show me. But yeah, so we're gonna try to keep you entertained until.
Yep.
Oh, Animals, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he's lurking out there, right? Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, Cash Forever. Yep. You know, we really got to do this. It's been ages.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Welcome, Anonymous, to the show. Long time frenemy. Long time frenemy was.
Frenemy.
He's
a frenemy. Yeah.
Anger of a show today. We're going to be talking about basically we're going to be talking about Gretchen Felker-Martin, the guy who was let go from DC Comics, and it was such a horrible crash. It was such a horrible crash. Only the first issue was released. All others are not going to go out there. And DC has canceled it. They've given refunds to stores and stuff like that. They already put the money out for issues 2 to, I think, 5 they had all ready to go at that time. And they let this walking excuse whatever, this guy who wants to, well, you can't say it prance because hippos don't prance. Go. We also going to be talking about we got some news about the Batman director, Matt Reeves. He's going to reveal details on the Batman 2. I think that is the working title right now, which of course could always change. We're going to be talking about AI images and AI videos because there's so much of it in the news lately. To be honest with you, I'm really getting tired of. I've been seeing these in the commercials. Like, really? Like I think the one sports betting place with the dogs. It's like
the LA Comic Con doing that to Stan Lee is just so disrespectful.
Do you like my picture presenting it? That's the way Comic Con works.
I
know you bleached your eyes afterwards, but
I'm like, what in the absolute hell is this? You know how disrespectful that is to that man?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is.
Stan Lee was not perfect, and yes, there were problems with Jack Kirby, and I've read up on that about a year ago or something, but disrespectful. Don't do that stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
people who pay for that are just scumbags. I don't know, dude. I don't think you can really justify that garbage.
Well, I don't think they're thinking about it. They just look, hey, look, shiny thing, right? And their moral compass is not working. It's all, hey, shiny thing, and that's what I think it is.
Oh, their moral compass isn't working. I mean, we've seen that for over a week, almost 2 weeks, that there is no moral compass with some people anymore.
That's one thing we're gonna have to. I don't know how different shows or whatever, but I really believe one of the things we need to definitely push is what the hell continues to happen to conventions. If it's not the sex trafficking crap that goes on, the pandering crap that goes on, this is never what these conventions were ever about.
Well, the trafficking was always there.
Yeah, I guess so. It really just became more blatant though a few years ago because I guess they reported more on it. So
more blatant, or the fact that they're now only just giving it attention.
It's just,
or before it was going on, and nobody talked about it because it was all swept under the rug. But now, because people are actually paying attention to other things that are going on at the convention, it's come to the limelight.
Well, I mean, when there's arrests, especially, I mean, yes, it's possible that the sex trafficking could have been going on before and there were no arrests because it weren't as bad. It's always bad, but I'm saying there wasn't as many people involved. And now, of course, what was it, like 2 years ago that at Comic Con of all places?
Well, that's just it. And the thing is that they don't need to. I mean, literally, there's a lot of hot women that go to these conventions that you just say, hey, you want to come up to my room? They will go up to the room with you, especially if you're famous. One of the, someone of note there of what. I mean, really, honestly, you don't need it. I mean, people joke about conventions, but there's a lot of hookups that happen there.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
A lot of hookups. Sure. You don't need trafficking for it.
No.
And of course, to follow through here, the big story, which we'll be saving at the end, everybody, we'll be talking about our wonderful, ultra uber talented, absolutely hysterical talk show host Jimmy Kimmel, as we especially after he was said, hey, you know what? You've been working so hard, buddy. Let's take a vacation. So we're going to be talking about that.
Yes, we have 3 articles related to everything Jimmy Kimmel.
Oof. So, Mike, how you doing today? Since I started, I thought I'd take your role.
I appreciate it. I haven't been feeling well this morning, so.
I know what that's like, man. I know what that's like. So I figure up to a certain point, I'll be doing your job here. So I get to ask you, hey, how you doing today? Well, we found out you're not feeling good. But other than that, man.
But I'm here. I'm here, ready to rock and roll. I hope everyone is ready to rock and roll. Welcome one and all. I know you already said it, Baron, but as the host, I feel it's my obligation to say welcome one and all to this morning's stream with Cash, Barrett, and myself. And as you heard, we can have several topics to go over. But gentlemen, I do admit I do have an addiction. It's a $20 addiction. It's available on Steam right now, and it's fun. It's a very fun addiction, and it's called Jump Space.
Yeah, thank you very much. You gave me the frickin' dime bag the other day. By the way, honestly, thank you. But on the other side, thank you, man. You gave me addicted too, you enabler.
Well, I mean, both of you had birthdays this month. Yours is coming up later on this week. Cash was yesterday's, and I wanted to give you guys something nice. And
oh, happy birthday! Get you something. Don't worry. Right now, I really can't, but I'll get you something, man. Maybe I'll get you garbage. That way, you got trash in the cash.
But I mean, you guys do a lot for this channel, and you know how I am. I'm surprised you with things every once in a while, and because I do appreciate you guys.
We appreciate you too, Mike.
Just like I appreciate Anonymous.
We appreciate Anonymous too. Yes. He's a good dude.
And we did do the clip for him because it's been so long since we did it. We have to remember. He's got to remember where he come from. This humble beginnings.
Well, we don't play that clip that much anymore. I mean, we don't play a lot of clips that much anymore, like we used to, unless we're doing our little "I'll do you one better" clip showdown.
Yeah.
You're the only one.
Don't worry. I'm ready. I am ready to go with clipping. Yeah.
I don't believe that shit.
Well, again, like I said, we have the late clobbering times to thank for that.
Yeah.
Because it was Anonymous who told us about that. So that's a tribute to not only Anonymous, but also to clobbering times.
Yep.
But I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to get into our first article.
Woohoo!
Really? You ready right now? Right at this moment? We've only been in the show for 12 minutes. Usually we have to be about half hour before we do that. Because you know why? This is why.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Baron's the one who was sitting down. What? It's not me. I'm not one of them. Come on,
yeah, because I'm carrying the show.
You know exactly why. There are times we go 30 minutes or more into the show before we get to the first article because
I know.
We're having fun. We're relaxed, and that's what it's supposed to be. Fun and relaxing. Yes, we'll get to the articles, and whatever articles we don't get to, they're still there in the description. So,
hey, Mike, I'm relaxed. More relaxed than you, man. I'm relaxed.
No, but I do want to say, and I know I said it last night, and I know I said it to you after the stream. Thank you for being a part of last night's The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion where we watched and discussed a piece of the action. That was a lot of fun. And like you said, it is more relaxing than Pop Talk. Hard to believe, right? Where we try to keep Pop Talk here nice and relaxed. But no, when we're sitting back and talking about an episode like a piece of the action, and just having fun doing so, and having fun watching the episode because of how fun that episode is. That's what makes it worth it.
I mean, like I said, I love doing that because that's where I can be lazy and just sit back and relax and not do shenanigans. But now I'm back in the shenanigans seat, so beware.
I got your attention, didn't I, Shane? But
well, you know him. He's knee-jerk.
Yeah.
He's so quick to say you're wrong to everybody. I mean, just walk into the room. He goes, "You're wrong." Okay, I'm Shane. Let's, it's like way to start a conversation, Shane.
Yeah. But we will get into our first article here. So
woo-wee.
Let me go ahead and pin it to, well, not pin it, but copy and paste it over to the chat. And we'll start going down the line of our articles.
I'm still sore from the last time you pinned something. Oh, whoa, that's a thin area. Watch it.
All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and to anyone who is working, welcome. All right, so we have this article by John F. Trent on Phantom Pulse, which was posted on the 18th of this month, and it says Sylvester Stallone reveals he pitched experimental AI Rambo origin film. That's right. It wasn't a Hollywood writer that pitched the idea. It was Sly Stallone himself who pitched the idea.
Well, let's be fair. He's a writer too. He Rocky and stuff like that. He put his writing talents to work. So.
I know he did. I know he did.
Mm-hmm.
But this is Sly Stallone saying, you know what? We've got this tool.
Mm-hmm.
And let's use it to pitch a Rambo origin film.
Mm-hmm. I still don't want one.
No, I don't want one either, but
I think they've explained Rambo enough if we don't know by now. Hey, guys, you want some more background on Rambo?
Adrian!
Who are you? Your worst nightmare.
Got the gun. The real Rocky and I were hanging out, and then I used him, and then I made Rocky. You have to watch.
Well, why did he sound like Elmer Fudd at the end?
I don't know. He just did.
Elmer Stallone. There we go. Hey, if he was able to do that, he would have been able to put Carl Weathers into Rambo.
Oh, there you go, Carl Weathers.
You rascally wabbit. I'm your worst nightmare.
Oh, man.
I know, that was a terrible Elmer Fudd impression.
Oh, yeah. Horrible.
All right, so the article says Sylvester Stallone revealed he originally pitched an experimental AI film focusing on the origins of John Rambo. Mm-hmm. Rambo origin film is currently in development from writers Rory Haynes and Saurabh Nashirvani. I don't know if I'm saying that right. And director Jamari Hollander. The film
what is this? Is this a Bollywood film? Come on.
I don't know.
We're going to watch the movie and get scammed at the same time. No, if you want to leave early, I need to have your bank account information. Other than that, you must sit through the entire film.
The film was announced back in May, with Deadline reporting it was being developed by Millennium Media, and it would be an origin film about John Rambo set during the Vietnam War. In August, it was revealed that actor Noah Centineo was attached to take on the role of John Rambo. Additionally, it was reported the film is expected to begin shooting at the beginning of 2026 in Thailand. Stallone recently spoke to the playlist and revealed he pitched an origin film a couple of years ago that would serve as an AI experiment. Everyone thought I was crazy.
Very interesting, but stupid.
However, he added, AI is sophisticated enough to go through Saigon to see him at 18 years old and basically use the same image, so it isn't a big stretch,
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of Rambo fans would be excited about an AI image.
And don't forget, Adrian.
Additionally, Stallone shared that this film was an uphill battle given its recasting Centennial as Rambo. He explained, "It's very, very hard. He may do a stellar job, but you're overcoming this because I went through it with Get Carter. Everyone loves the original, and then you're always fighting that prejudice."
Yeah.
What? If I'm going to read a Stallone quote, I'm going to try to do it in my best Stallone impression.
I think it's great, but it's what he also said there. It's like, the prejudice. It's like, okay. Let's go out there for Sylvester Stallone rights, everybody. We're going to have a sit-in. We're going to have a sit-in somewhere. Is Golden Globe still around? Can we talk to the Go-Go? Oh, wait. One of the Go-Go guys is gone, but we can talk to the other. I mean, you have to wear a yarmulke if he's working for them, but
The original Get Carter starred Michael Caine as London gangster Jack Carter, who follows a complex trail to determine not only who murdered his brother, but who ordered the hit as well.
If you've got an issue, here's a tissue.
That was him talking to Sylvester Stallone, by the way. Rare footage.
Stallone starred as Jack Carter in the 2000 remake, where he plays a mob enforcer from Las Vegas who returns to his home in Seattle following his brother's death in an alleged drunk driving accident.
Oh, remake. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when that was out. I don't think it did that well.
No, I think it was a flop.
Oh, by the way, did you hear Michael Caine's coming back for a film?
He is. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Like, was he like 90?
Yes.
I think he's in his early 90s.
Yeah. All power to him. Great actor.
He wanted to. Oh, yeah. He wanted the. Yeah. Right. Hopefully, some of these younger guys, they're going to be inspired by these older actors and actually keep working more and more on their craft. So, but who knows?
Hey, by the way, Cash, it's a good thing you're here because your biggest fan.
The long suffering.
Yeah,
she's not here for her husband. She's not here for me. She's here for you.
No. Yeah. She's always asking.
She's made it clear to the both of us. She watches the show for you. When you're not here, she's very disappointed because she's stuck with the two of us.
She asked me, "Where was Cash?" Like, I don't know. Maybe he was abducted by aliens who wanted to see if they could put the trees have these big chins now. I don't know. Yeah. I kind of hurt.
What do you all think about Stallone wanting to pitch this idea for an AI Rambo origin film?
No.
Well, how much would it be just CGI? I mean, AI is thrown out there quite a bit. When AI, they're more meaning the CGI aspect, where you put de-age, just like they did with Jeff Bridges in the Tron sequel. But if he's talking about where all the characters or whatever, the backgrounds, everything, and they have a artificial walking around Sylvester Stallone looking like he did, back when he was 18. Okay, now we're starting to get into that AI thing. I mean, it's basically going to be an animated film. Just like George Lucas said about Episode 1. He basically went out there and said, this is basically an animated film, probably one of the most expensive animated films made because of all the CG stuff that was all in there. So I don't know. But overall, I'm glad that it didn't come to fruition, and I hope this other project, not wishing any ill will on the people who are working on it, doesn't come to fruition either, because we don't need it. We
don't need it, but from what I've heard of the casting of this younger actor to play John Rambo, Sylvester Stallone had the final say as far as who gets to play John Rambo.
Right.
And he approved of this actor. So we got that going as a plus. If the guy who originated the role says, yes, this guy can play my character, then that says something.
Hey, you guys want to... I mean, that's nice and all, but it's just, I don't. What more do we need to know about Rambo?
We don't.
I think
we don't.
Covered it.
I mean, let's face it. For anyone who saw Rambo: Last Blood, it wasn't very good.
No,
don't think
just
I watched that one.
Just like Rocky V.
Mm-hmm.
What was the one where they were on the boat? That was 4, right? Is that 4? I can't remember. There was one.
No.
4 was Ivan Drago or Rocky.
Okay.
I must
that was the
break
one
great
with that blonde actress. I can't think of her name now. I think she's from Angel. But I remember some boat and it was taken over by terrorists, and Rambo had to go in there and clean up the mess. It was a good movie. I think that was 4. I think. I'll check that in a little bit.
No, that's the 4 was when he went
Was
to
it?
to avenge because 4 was because Rambo went after Drago because Carl Weathers was killed in that movie, and he had to, of course, back up himself doing Rocky.
Okay. I'll go.
Now that
I'm trying to think if it was 4 or 5. I just remember that one, and it was good. I didn't think it was great, but it was a good movie.
well,
it's a good. Rambo.
which one is Last Blood? Is that like Rambo 6 technically?
It might be. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
let me do a quick search.
Yeah.
I mean, the one Last Blood is basically his version of doing "Get Off My Lawn."
Okay, 2019. Maybe that's the one I'm talking about. Okay, so that would be Rambo 5, I guess. Last Blood. That was
There's 5 of them.
That's the okay.
Yeah, then you might be thinking
I'm
about that.
trying to
Because there was Rambo First Blood, Rambo First Blood Part 2, Rambo 3, then just Rambo, and then Rambo Last Blood.
Oh, okay. It was so
Rambo.
it's just Rambo 2008. That's the one that Julie Benz was in. That's the one I remember. I thought that was a good movie.
That's the one he remembers from the movie was her. I mean, it's like whenever she wasn't on screen, it's like
no, I remember
he looked at his phone.
Yeah, sure. No, that was a good Rambo movie. And then the last one that IGN was saying, oh, it's this and that and whatever nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the 2019 one. You guys kind of like that one or not really?
I never saw it.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see it.
I saw it on Amazon. I watched it and I was bored.
Okay.
And I was thinking to myself, I shouldn't be bored by a Rambo movie.
No,
I'm bored by this one.
No.
I mean, how often do you have to go get up my lawn? I mean, it worked with Clint Eastwood with Gran Torino, but I mean that's Clint Eastwood. But
I don't
sitting out there with a 9-iron, up my lawn. Has to have a M60 machine rifle next to him, and
And the Long Suffering says about Cash that Cash is very entertaining.
How? I fall asleep when he's on.
I fall asleep when Baron's on.
I have fallen asleep.
Yes, exactly.
How can you fall asleep? I'm loud. I'm like Brian Blessed. But he's alive.
Okay,
I do want to say hello to Low Spec Linux Gaming. Good to see you, brother. Hope everything's going well with your streaming. And I know what you mean about getting, copyright issues and also the revenue sharing on the YouTube side. I get you.
Yeah, definitely.
And then we got Canadian Mike.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. I mean, we got the all-American Mike on our show, but I guess we got the all-Canadian Mike.
We got
Mike, I've got to get you back on the show sometime soon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you guys. Good to see everybody this Sunday afternoon or Sunday morning or Sunday evening, depending on where people might be listening and lurking from.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I feel like with this Rambo situation, if the last movie didn't do that well, then maybe it's time to just stop.
Well, that's kind of a problem, I think, when you have a lot of these older actors, just like the studios. Yes. They want to gravitate. There's not much more that can be. Obviously, Stallone did that Tulsa King series. It sounds like it did pretty good.
Right.
But you always kind of fall back into.
Of course.
Yeah. But kind of fall back to those roles that made you an icon. I mean, how many Terminators did Arnold do that he didn't really need to do and shouldn't have done?
They could.
It's like
come on, Baron, come on! It's Arnold as a Terminator. Come on!
I know people have mixed feelings about it, but I still think like the last Terminator, like 3, I thought they could have ended there. They didn't need to
They
do
should have ended at
Genesis,
Judgment
but
Day.
they could have
Yeah,
ended
no.
then too, and then just have the Sarah Connor Chronicles, which was quite
Mhm.
good, but for the 2 seasons it was on, it's just,
I actually got the
Eh,
novelization of the film, Judgment Day.
nice. Yeah. But I
and the
still.
reason why is
Mhm.
because you know you hear Sarah Connor giving that narration at the end as you see
Yeah.
the road traveling into darkness. It left it open ended. Did
Yeah.
the Judgment Day happen, or was the world saved?
Right. And again, it's one of those where you leave that open, that ending open like that. It brings in debate, discussion, possibilities, and fans can talk for years about it. But then you start adding the other things in. Boom! What happens? It loses that impact that you had with that in. As much as I hate to say this, Star Trek 3 ruins Star Trek 2.
Mm-hmm.
So 3's still a good movie though. I can't say.
Oh, it does. No,
I,
I'm
yeah,
not going against
but
the
I know what you
film per
mean. I know what
se.
you're saying in terms of
Right.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, Spock is, but they did think that was going to be the last Star Trek film. Let's be honest about it. And what a way to end the Star Trek, the franchise with that. But it was just too dang popular. So it's like, well, we got to bring Spock back now. Maybe you can try going on with having of, Spock, Leonard Nimoy. He wanted out so bad. So there you go.
Yeah.
Again, when you have these coming in, it's like we were talking about with the Road Warrior and Mad Max.
Mm-hmm.
That 3 basically superfluous. It kind of almost ruins that duology. And the impact and basically the story flow of the hero's journey. So yeah, we don't need another Rambo, especially a prequel. Prequels are boring, folks.
Well, it's just what else
Absolutely
are we
boring.
gonna add? This is what my brain explodes with these things. What else is there to add? If there's
Mm,
nothing else to add, then what is the point? I mean, even that new
right.
Naked Gun film, and yes, it's not a
Yeah.
reboot, it's not a remake, it's a continuation, but did that really do well in the theaters? I don't think so.
No,
Do people
it
talk
didn't.
No,
about it? I know
it was.
Jace loves it, and that's fine. I'm glad
Well, we
people
know his
saw it,
taste.
liked it.
His lack of taste. We know his lack of taste.
It's just.
He thought it was even better than Rebel Moon. So I mean, that says something there.
Oh no! Don't say it too many times. He might show up.
He probably is lurking right now.
He might be.
I'm
He
going to
might
get
be.
you. I'm going to get you. Yeah,
That's
but
right.
we don't. We didn't need we didn't need another police squad or Naked Gun movie at
Yeah.
all. With with no one around anymore from the original. It's hard to see someone in the role of Driven.
Right.
That's not Leslie Nielsen.
Right. And it's
Mhm.
nothing against. It's nothing against. He's a great
Hold on, gentlemen.
actor.
Hold on.
Yes, I see it
Real
too.
quick. Clear comms. Clear
Oh,
comms.
Mhm.
It's time to blow shit up, man.
That's right.
yeah, we got to go out there and blow some shit up. I tell you, because the movie
24.
mastermind, comic mastermind is here. The man of the hour, the Tower of Power.
Good to see you, 24. Hope you're doing well, my
24,
friend.
man. What's up, buddy?
How you been, my friend? And low spec.
Quit hiding.
I know what you mean about the Rumble app. Doesn't matter if it's on my phone or my tablet. The Rumble app sucks.
Fix your shit, Rumble. What the fuck?
Rumble. Well, I blame it on their studio bullshit that they're trying to push
Yeah.
everything through.
Yeah.
It's like
Right.
if you want to take out YouTube, don't do that. If you want to be a absolute a competition for YouTube, don't do that. Quit thinking yourself as this elite and snobbish type thing. I mean,
Right.
even seeing the commercials they have.
You want to be great, be better than Rumble. It's funny, Rumble was helped YouTube helped create Rumble, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, just be better, Rumble. Be great. You want to be great? Work on being great. Put pressure on YouTube. That's what you got to do.
Right, and basically being welcoming to the up and comers that
Right.
YouTube doesn't do. So, yeah, screw you.
Be more
Well,
welcoming.
well, Rumble doesn't do it either. They highlight the
They're
same
not-
creators
They
Oh, yeah.
over and over.
they
Yeah,
pick
that's-
certain favorites, which doesn't help in those situations. So, yeah.
Yeah, Low Spec, I think you are. I think it likes you.
I mean, you can get
I
it to
mean-
work. It's just we've had
I've
Baron and I have
had a
had
hell of a
issues.
time getting that thing to cooperate, and I'm doing everything the way you're supposed to do, and I even double check and
Oh.
triple check.
Mm-hmm. Well, just like Eevee Box.
Do we have room? Do we have room, gentlemen?
Yes, of course. I think we
Gentlemen.
Oh, I got an empty seat right here. I got an empty seat.
Yep.
All right, we do have room. As a matter of fact, Anonymous,
Yep, we
Comic
got
Relief
room.
Crusader,
Yep.
Low Spec.
Yep.
Anyone out there who wants to
Agreed.
talk about the topics that we want to talk
Mhm.
about,
Yep.
there is the link. I'm pinning it to the top of the chat. Low Spec, hang on, and I'll put it over on the Rumble side. And
Oh, comics
Hey,
gotta go.
I said I only had one chair. How are they all going to fit in that chair?
Baron, whose house is this? It's the House of Pacific. We have plenty of
Mm.
chairs.
Mhm. We have
They're
bunch of
all
chairs.
in the Pacific Ocean, but you got plenty
We've
of
got-
chairs.
We got chairs, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I'll sit on 24s.
Ah!
Oh man, that'd be funny. But
Run, 24. Run.
yeah. That's not good. 24. You might want to tell Anonymous, go find a corner. But I'm going to go ahead and bring up our next article, and as we wait for people to filter in and add to our conversation today.
all right.
So give me a second. I want to be Batman.
Where is the trigger? Where is it?
I'm Batman.
Alfred? Alfred.
All right, so we have this article from Superhero Hype. It was posted on the 18th, and it's by Bertie Johar.
Oh.
And it says the
Ooh,
Batman
that's
2 has a brand new villain. Main plot point revealed. So let me get this link out to everybody in the chat. And again, if you want to come on and talk about the topics that we are discussing today, you're more than welcome to. The only thing I do ask is that you save any and all self-promotion until you're either getting ready to leave or we're about to wrap up.
Mhm.
That's all I ask.
He doesn't ask for much. Not much at all.
Much.
But you want to know where you got those scars.
Where you got those lovely scars.
I'm a Cub fan. That's how I got those scars. Watching Cub
Amen.
games.
Oh yeah, trust us. We hear it all.
Well, ever since clinching a playoff berth, they've lost 3 in a row. Yeah. But we're not talking. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Matt Reeves has revealed new details about the Batman Part 2 and its direction. In a recent discussion, the director revealed that the sequel's villain will connect to Bruce Wayne's past, outlined how the story expands on the character beyond the cowl, and addressed speculation about Robin's possible inclusion.
Da 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 da.
Mm.
Played by Burt Ward, by the way. I hear they're going to get Burt Ward to come back.
Yeah, well, just the age.
Hey, yeah, black belt. You know, he has a black belt, so why not? You know?
Yeah.
He
Matt
used to
Reeves-
spar with Bruce Lee.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, when they did the crossover episode of the Green Hornet, And Batman, yeah, those
Nice.
Bruce Lee and Burt Ward would mess around doing a little kung fu or whatever. Bruce Lee
not?
fu. I don't you know. It's like
It's awesome.
martial arts. We'll just go with martial arts.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Right, so it says Matt Reeves on the Batman 2 villain and Bruce Wayne plot. Matt Reeves confirmed that the Batman Part 2 will feature a villain tied directly to Bruce Wayne's history. He explained, picking the right villain that digs into what that does, that sort of goes into his past and his life. That was
Could it be Joe Chill?
It's probably going to be Joker again.
Yeah, the thing is, at the end, of course, they show that scene of Joker. And so the whole thing is with the people who say, "Oh, well, Batman always needs the Joker." No, that's been proven not true. So
No, he doesn't need the Joker.
we don't need the Joker at all. How about some new villains? Matt Reeves, though, has, for me personally, a better vision than James Gunn. So Matt Reeves should just keep building what they are with the Penguin show, and then Penguin either in this movie may need a bigger role, but we don't need the Joker. So
No, we don't.
Maybe a bigger box. We need a bigger box.
But gentlemen, please welcome in
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
yay,
Anonymous. How you doing, brother?
Anonymous.
I'm fine, but I want you to know that I'm living proof that everybody needs their Joker. Right?
Wait, I thought you were Batman.
No, I'm Fat Man
Fat Man.
on the weekend.
Da-da-da-da-da. Boom, 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 boom. Fat Man. Boom, 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 boom. Fat Man. Boom, 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 boom. Fat
Well,
Man.
it just
Made with their boobies.
like that last scene in the original Batman, the Batman, I shouldn't say the original, the Batman, the last Batman film we had. It's like, hey, look, guys, there's the Joker, and people are like, oh my gosh, the Joker, and the Joker seems so stupid in that scene. I just, we don't need the Joker every time.
We don't need their version of the Joker. That's
No.
for sure.
No. Get back to the basics of all these villains that they've taken in,
Yes.
done weird things to. But like I said, I didn't like the Joker in those Suicide movie, the Jared Leto one.
It's too flamboyant, I thought.
Well, all the tattoos and stuff like that's not the Joker.
Yeah, it's just, I just thought he was way over the top. I don't know. Yeah.
Everybody wants to do a new Joker. What can I do? What can I mold my Joker into that's completely different from the original? Or
I'm fine. I mean, just follow. Look, the '66 Joker, I still think is great. We've had a lot of really good performances of the Joker. Nicholson's performance is really good. Heath Ledger is really good. Just they all went into that dark place to play the Joker.
Mm-hmm.
Some went darker than others, like unfortunately Heath Ledger. But
Yes. Well, the thing is they should go with the attitude is how can I take this character, and keep it to the base, but yet make it so I own this character for this movie.
Yes.
How can I improve the character that exists as it was?
Right.
Portray him as the Joker, but maybe go a little bit of a different way that he hasn't been, but is comic accurate.
Right. Exactly. I mean, I know everybody
That should be it.
I know some people who was like, yeah, I don't like the Batman 66 one, and it's too goofy. It's this, and I'm like, yeah, but I understand you feel that way, but the Joker still feels like the Joker. Catwoman still feels like Catwoman, and on and on and on. They still feel like the comic characters. It doesn't matter how goofy that show is. It's still fun, I think. But some people want a more serious tone, and they don't like that goofiness. So.
It was a product of its time, also, right? So,
right, of course.
Right,
and they went the campy route. They didn't want. I mean, I don't think they could do a darker, more grounded Batman. The detective comics sort of thing.
No, especially when the comics themselves were a little campy at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were. They were.
They were just mirroring what was available. So,
right.
Technology of TV was, at a bare minimum. It, the creativity of the writers and when the already comic media they already had, it makes sense for the time.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it. Cesar Romero was an excellent. He really was, and even if he didn't shave, his mustache.
Look at that mustache.
Okay.
Now business has really picked up, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome back 24/7 Fusion Media.
All right,
yeah. Woohoo! You wanted to sit on his lap. Come on.
Well, you guys seem to think that was just not okay. I don't know.
Hey, whatever goes on between you and 24, that's your guys.
All good, man.
Hey, brother, how you doing, man?
Good to see you, 24.
He's pulling an anonymous. He didn't have his all his settings right.
We can hear you now.
Yeah, but he said something's not right. So
yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I agree, Low Spec. It is. I mean, I understand. Maybe the younger generation is like, no, it's too goofy. We need something more serious and whatever. But
yeah, and what they're doing is being goofy.
Right, exactly. That's the problem. They're like, we've seen what's happened with Star Wars and all this other stuff. Like, it's going in the wrong kind of goofy.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the Joker is eccentric. He should be portrayed as eccentric and even over the top because that's the Joker. That's that villain.
Yes.
Penguin is completely
like the Jared
different.
Leto Joker. I don't know. I'm just not feeling that Joker. Some people like that Joker better than all the other Jokers. But
I understand why.
Ooh.
I know somebody who does from the Twitch community. I'm not kidding. He really likes Jared Leto's performance of the Jokers.
I didn't. That's the thing.
Oh,
I thought. Now, of course, Jace would say, he would say, well, if they let it cook more, and I'm like, yeah, I know, man, but we could say that about a lot of things. What if this? What if that?
Yeah.
What if they push this more? What if they didn't do this?
Yeah.
What if they figured it out before they put it on screen?
Exactly.
There you go. Come on, you can't expect them to do that, Animals. Come on.
I don't know. It's a big ask, I'm sure, but
well, yeah, we're talking about participation trophy crowd here. I mean,
that's true.
I tried to like Morbius with Jared Leto, but between
I haven't watched
Jared Leto's acting in it and also how dark some of the night scenes were that took you out of the night scenes, it's like this film isn't good. I mean, I didn't think it was good overall, especially its story.
Dude, is Jared Leto actually going to be in a movie that's any good?
Yeah, well, that Tron Ares
might
be good.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know. They're taking a risk putting the computer world into the actual world. We'll see how it works.
Man, it's still, you know what? All I ask for out of Tron,
I like the computer world.
Tron.
Tron. Mm-hmm. I know. I agree, dude.
I
like the direction they went with Legacy. I don't.
Well, I mean, I liked Legacy, but I still would have preferred some more Tron in my Tron movie. But
I would probably say it goes the first Tron movie, and then the Uprising show, and then probably Legacy. But I thought Legacy was enjoyable. I did like it. I think.
Yeah, but and again, how could you have a Tron movie without Bruce Boxleitner? I mean,
right. I know. I agree.
Well,
he was in Legacy, and that was important. So yes, very true.
And it's Tron in name only now, I guess, because you want to think. I think that the movie Tron was basically about Flynn and his counterpart, or Bruce Boxer's counterpart in the game Tron, but they just like disregarded the characters of Tron and Flynn and is just going with the name of the game. So anything can happen in the name of the game.
Well, they had it set up with Flynn's son and Cora, and how are they going to be in the real world? But they decide not to do anything with that. So now it's like they say this is going to connect, and this is what 14 years after Legacy or whatever it is.
Yeah,
it's been that long.
Yeah,
hard to believe it's been that long.
Crazy, but yeah.
That's the joys of growing old.
It's just Legacy still felt like Tron to me. I mean, this could feel like Tron too, but I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. It's a risk. So Disney's taking a risk on this one with because what was the most interesting thing about Tron, of course? The computer world, the virtual world.
Yeah, the game. It was that world was a game.
Right. That's right. It was a game. Yeah.
And now it's not nothing about a game. Now it's about AI soldiers and digital, retards and whatnot. But sorry, I said the R word.
Oh no! I need to reprimand you.
Don't kick me out.
R word with the hard R.
Yeah. Hard R.
It might still be enjoyable, but I don't know. It's a big risk, so we'll see how it pays off for him. I don't know.
Well, it is a big risk. But what about Batman?
Okay, as far as what Matt Reeves is saying about Batman, it says that was what drove us that discussion. I won't tell you where we ended up, but we're super excited about it, and I will say it's never really been done in a movie before. Reeves said he and co-writer Mattson Tomlin studied comics and exchanged ideas. They also drew inspiration from films outside Gotham stories to shape the direction. Wait a minute. So we have a director.
Yeah.
Who's admitting he's read some of the source material.
I know.
We have somebody in charge of DC Studios right now who says, don't read the source material. We're not going by the source material.
That's a contradictory.
That's why the Penguin show worked so well. What was he, only producer on that? Yeah, but still it was...
Well, yeah, he's got to be because he's ahead of everything. So even though he doesn't do anything necessarily for it, it's like slap my name on it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm the head of the studio.
Well, I mean, that's why Matt Reeves should be the guy. We actually have a vision now. Like, a lot of people really like the Penguins, so you just got to build from there.
Right.
Reeves emphasized that the sequel will expand Bruce Wayne's character arc beyond the Batman-focused lens of the first film. He noted the first story is so much about the Batman, and so as I always wanted in movies to make sure that we never lose Rob at the center of these stories. He confirmed Kristen I can't speak.
That one's
Anyway, Sophia Falcone will not appear, but praised her work in The Penguin.
Can't wait to show you guys The Penguin. Yeah, it's a great show.
Yeah, I know you're pushing for Baron and I to watch it.
He's pushing.
You want to hear our thoughts? But it does say Reeves confirmed the film remains a DC Elsewhere Worlds project separate from James Gunn DCU. I mean, we don't want anything to conflict with James Gunn. After all, Superman did gangbusters, right?
I mean, I guess it did well enough. They're going to make a sequel. So.
Well, they had it planned anyways.
Yeah,
it's got his roadmap.
Right.
So it's no matter what is going to happen, unless, of course, they kill him.
I just don't look at these movies as a big success. When I think of like a superhero film, I'm thinking, especially now, it should be making about 900 million, 800 million around there, or even a bit, or even a million, or even
it should be a billion. It should be a billion plus. It really should. This thing should have been gangbusters that way, but
or they drop the budget and they make it for 150 million.
Exactly, drop the budget
instead of 300 million.
They really need to. Yes.
Well, yeah. Well, again, not to get us off topic, but the game, Jump Space, right? And
which I just bought, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah. Right.
We could have another crew member.
One of us.
Yeah. But the thing is you look at it, the graphics look great. It's a small indie studio. This is a game that can hold up against these major AAAs it shows you don't need to toss a bunch of cash into something to make it look good. You just got to have love, the gumption, and actually work at it.
We need space games and other stuff to put pressure on things like Starfield and, of course, Star Citizen, and there needs to be pressure so they can say, oh shit, we got to start getting this out.
Well, they also need to stop charging $70-$80 for a game.
Well, we've been finding out exactly what type of cesspool and idiots are working at Blizzard, so I'm not holding my breath anytime soon.
You know what? My games don't have to be the most like 4K, super awesome, realistic stuff.
Nobody needs that, bro.
That's $80. If the game is a good game, good story, good, even halfway. I mean, like 2010 graphics, and it's a good freaking game. I'll gladly pay $20 or $30 for it.
Yeah.
Predator still looks good.
Let me ask you, since you brought it up, Anonymous, did you play the demo for what was then Jump Ship before it became Jump Space?
No, I didn't do that. I didn't know about it. I didn't know about you said something, so I just went and looked at it and watched the videos and stuff, and I was like, well, that looks pretty good.
Yeah. I had trouble yesterday. I did have trouble yesterday. I told Baron. Yeah, I was almost late to our stream last night because I was playing Jump Space.
No.
Yeah.
Distracted with real world
and
candy.
Exactly. Yeah. I told him I was playing a little bit, but I made sure I didn't get too far into it. Just do a little segment and say, okay, walk away.
and then this morning I played it this morning, and then I look at the time and I go, oh shit, I gotta promote the show.
Not doing your job, Mike. God,
I know.
Might as well be a drinker.
Yeah,
but,
they can be
like Baron.
Low spec. They definitely can be, man. Sometimes even with the graphics they're rough to look at, but it's like, man, this gameplay's still good.
Heck, graphics that are still good. The game's 10 years old. Mad Max.
Yes, I agree. I think those graphics still hold up just fine.
How old is Alien Isolation or
Ark and
all these other Call of Duty games?
That still holds up.
Look how good that looks.
Call of Duty, it surprisingly still holds up. It's just got its other problems.
Yeah. He said duty. Well, I mean, and look at these indie games that are coming out. Like I said, we just mentioned Jump Space being indie, but I mean, you don't have ball blaster graphics on it, but Contraband Police. I mean, it still looks really good, right?
Looks good
but again, it's an expensive game. They're going to be having this DLC coming out. Yeah. Oh, it looks great for what it is, right? Same thing with Police Simulator. I mean, you got that one, an indie game, but it still looks good. You got, when you got the car dealer simulator, the cars look damn good in there. The people could use a little bit of work, but the cars look damn good, and that's what you're playing the game for, anyways. Is the car. So I mean, really, it's like if
RoboCop looks good too. Very good, actually. Yeah.
Unfinished business. They even cleaned up
Resurgence,
what they had done for RoboCop Rogue City. But yeah, even Star Trek Resurgence.
Yeah.
But finishing off this article here, it says Reeves confirms the film remains a DC Elseworlds project separate from James Gunn's DCU. He responded to Gunn's interest in him directing a DCU project by saying, "We haven't talked about anything like that. I want to play out stories we began and arrive at the conclusion that I hoped we'd arrived at from the beginning. Team will reportedly begin production on The Batman Part 2 in spring of 2026. Robert Pattinson has already reviewed the script." So, again, he didn't really say too much. I mean, well, let's face it, he's not going to say too much as far as the villain is concerned, as far as the plot is concerned. But it sounds like we are going to be getting the Batman 2. I don't know if I'm going to go see it because with the Batman, there were plenty of points where that movie could have ended, and it didn't. And it's like, quit dragging it out. Let's end it here. This would have been perfect.
Right.
And I wouldn't have mind Catwoman if she was just not such a bitch. She was a little bit too over the top for being a bitch. Like Catwoman obviously can be a bitch, but just certain things like
oh hell yeah.
And then she's got a girlfriend and stuff, and I don't know.
Yeah, it has its problems.
No, there was always
kind of leaning towards that. I say they didn't.
Well,
really
there was always sexual.
Yes.
There's always sexual tension between Catman and Batman woman.
Oh yeah, always. I know. But in this
you
movie,
mean Batman and Catwoman?
Yeah,
well,
Catwoman and that.
Yeah. You know what I mean.
We just like to correct you.
Yeah. But the thing is, I mean, Frank Miller, really doubled down on it with the Dark Knight Returns. And, he gets that phone message saying from Selina going, Bruce, I'm lonely, which means, come hither. But,
booty call.
Right. Basically, that's what she's wanting. But, she hasn't been graceful in her aging, but that's, neither here nor there. But, I mean, she's still, right there, he's put in there that you have this relation between the two, not Batman and Batgirl. It's Batman and Catwoman. And no, I mean, she's not lesbian. Stop it.
No, yeah.
Stop making all these women lesbians.
They're
Harley and
right.
Ivy and all that. It's like, doesn't make sense.
I can't hear. They try to push this stuff, and it's just really stupid. But they were definitely hinting that Selina Kyle was dating her roommate and stuff. Batman. Yeah.
They've been doing that with even the comics lately because it's agenda driven. I mean, and not and not having any respect to the source material. It's like, they're all lesbians now. Sorry, guys.
Because of 52s change all this stuff. That's why, of course, we have that comic, that Alcott. I think that's her last name. Yeah. She Alcock. I can't remember what I don't think that's it. But that's what people want to say, I'm sure. Yeah. But she was reading that what the hell is it called? Something of Tomorrow. I can't think of what it's called. Future of Tomorrow or something. I don't know. But that story is involved with Supergirl going to different planets and being a party girl and getting drunk. And I'm like, that's not Supergirl. I don't like that take. Yeah, I don't like that take of her. So that's all crap.
Then let's change the name, Super Slut. Okay, that's
right.
What they're trying to turn her into. I know
it's hard saying that,
I don't need her to hear thanks for taking care of my dog. It's like, you don't even own that dog, Supergirl. What are we doing?
No.
Yeah, it never was her dog. What?
Yeah.
My gosh, why do they do this crap? The Batman probably wouldn't even get a sequel if it wasn't for Penguin.
Oh, yeah. I agree. Mm-hmm. I think so.
Well, yeah, because that Gunn was trying everything he can. And I bet you he did offer come on over to my side, come on over to the dark side to try to stop his doing things in that alternate DC universe that's going on at the same time. Because he's providing, like you guys are saying, much more credible stories and such, more, grab you, even if he doesn't know how to end up.
Especially if he's willing to do research and look at previous comic stories.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And Jimmy Gunn, shows us all the time that he's never really read a freaking comic.
Yet he said he's been reading them since he was 3 or 4, and I will.
Hey, Little Lou doesn't count, okay? I'm sure that's what he
Archie
Baby
comics,
Huey and Little
weird.
Yeah, Archie comics, right?
Oh, Archie. I'm going to be in the backseat of your car.
I mean, yeah, he had a vision with Guardians of the Galaxy with his. That was fine, but it's like, once again, it's just you always get in these big arguments with certain people because they're like, no, I think the humor of James Gunn from Guardians of the Galaxy is fine in DC. No, I don't agree with that.
No,
that's not the same humor.
It's not the same characters. It's not the same humor. It's not the same, situation. It doesn't fit with Superman and it's a lot of DC. I mean, the Suicide Squad, maybe, you maybe make an argument for that, but it doesn't work in everything.
No, it's
No,
James.
I don't.
James Olsen is like, well, I don't want to spoil that. So for the
he's gay too.
Film. No,
I believe it after this.
It's just the way he was before. His character was fine, and now, well, if you want me to spoil this, Mike, I know we're going to be watching this in a
5.
I'd rather wait till we have our watch party in November.
I'm just saying
that. Stop.
What the problem is they're changing these characters. I just don't feel they need to do these changes at all. And James Gunn, just like Neil Druckmann, feels like things have to be changed if they have to. I was trying to be nice, Baron.
Speaking of Druckmann. Yeah, or Neil Gaiman or any of those folks. We're starting to make our headway into the main story.
Ooh, already?
Well, it's just how I have things lined up. That's how it's working. But first, 24, can you hear us?
Testing.
Are you there,
sir? What's up, y'all?
Hey, yeah.
How you doing, brother?
Man. Oh, great.
I apologize. I kept trying to find different ways to come on, and the mic wasn't working, every time I jumped on. So it's like, once I started speaking, I knew you guys couldn't hear me, and then I couldn't hear y'all. So I had to back out of it, figure out what was wrong, try to jump back in, and I kept running into the same problem until just now.
Yeah, we heard a little bit from you, but you basically was saying that you can't hear us. So,
yes.
But hey, don't worry about it, man. Trust us.
But don't worry.
Streaming services love to screw you over, and it's like, we all know that.
Anonymous still wants to sit on your lap, man. So there you go.
Yeah.
Come to daddy.
He wants to tell you what he wants for Christmas.
No, it's all good, man. How y'all doing, man? Y'all doing all right?
Doing good. How you been, man?
Man, shit, missing y'all, man.
God, I've been missing you, man.
Hey,
all right, just y'all get a room.
Nah.
I'll get off his lap.
Nah, it's all good, man. Yeah, man. I've been wanting to come kick it with y'all for the last couple weeks, man. But I've been waking up too late and everything else. So I came, I saw that you were on, and I was like, shit, let me go ahead and jump in, even though it's it's like an hour later, but better late than never, right?
Like I told you, brother, you always have an open invitation.
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. It's good to be here, man.
We got the 24/7 chair. It looks like a throne with gold leaf on it and the best fabrics and cushions to make you nice and relax, and go out there and blow some shit up.
There you go.
So I don't know if you're able to hear us talk about the last article about Matt Reeves. Not really giving details, but saying that the new villain for the Batman 2 is going to have a history with Batman. I don't know if you heard any of that article.
No. So basically what they're trying to figure out who the villain is. If it's a villain with the history with Batman, if it's not the Joker, you got to think about who knows him intimately that we haven't seen yet. That would be there's this guy called Dr. Doctor. He's bald-headed, always has like a doc. He has like a no mustache, but a beard, goatee kind of thing, no mustache. He wears glasses.
The animated series. The animated series, is that the one you're thinking of?
Well, I mean, he's you go back from the comic books. There was even one issue where he wore a Batman suit.
Mm-hmm.
And but it's from what I've understood, he knows who Bruce Wayne is.
Right.
So that's one guy. Then you have the Hush. which is another character. Matter of fact, they just brought him back in comic books. And
really?
Yeah, the Hush is back now. So I think if I'm not mistaken, this is like the Hush 2 is dropping right now. So yeah, so the thing is, depending on how deep they want to go in the lore, if it ain't your obvious villains, you know, what are they going to throw at us? Clayface, now that they decided to. But see, Clayface ain't even a part of Matt Reeves.
He's supposed to have his own movie, but this is where, and I've talked to some people about this before, 24, that you have to add these other characters. Like, say we got a Batwoman movie, there has to be or a Batgirl film. There has to be like Dick Grayson and Batman. It's like I just don't think it can work more on its own without those characters, because they've always connected. So
yeah, it's kind of like the Venom with no Spider-Man. Yeah,
right, exactly.
Yeah,
right.
Shit, you know, it's funny how these movie companies are willing to put millions into a movie that surrounds a character that has everything to do with the hero,
right?
And the hero's nowhere in sight. Like that whole Sony universe, Spider-Man universe bullshit. All those movies came out. Spider-Man was not in now one of them.
No.
And they expect for people to be excited because some way, shape, form, or fashion, Spider-Man, like in their origin stories, has everything to do with their character.
Right.
Exactly. So if you go back to the origin stories of Carnage, Venom, Green Goblin, fucking Dr. Octopus, Kraven the Hunter, the Lizard, fucking Rhino, whoever that gives a fuck, I can name all them motherfuckers. If you go through that shit, Spider-Man has something to do with every one of them. Why? Because their first appearances were all in Spider-Man comic books. But then you want to create a cinematic universe with Spider-Man nowhere in sight. That shit makes no sense at all.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, it's not that they can't have just a film of Venom, but it's also some of the things that they do with the character. It's ridiculous. And so, okay, like now Brock and Venom are getting really close, and it feels like they're in some kind of relationship, but it's getting deeper. Like that's what they were starting to explore in the second movie that I saw on cable one day. And then the movie is shorter, and then we have Carnage, and it's like, well, this would be perfect for Spider-Man to pop in somewhere. But they still haven't done that. And they've had 3 Venom films, and not Spider-Man. Like maybe you see Venom or Brock looking at Spider-Man, but that's about it.
On TV, they hinted on a end credit scene.
Right. So
that's bullshit.
What do you guys want to do with that? Yeah. I mean,
well, you know,
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Oh, the ever reliable Screen Rant says it's going to be Scarecrow.
Again?
But
okay.
Well, yeah. But you know, this is going to be radical here. I want the villain to be Joe Chill.
I like that.
But but the thing is, it leads up that we find out, no, this wasn't a simple robbery. This was an assassination. And then through Joe Chill finding out, and then you can bring in one of the, the legacy villains, not Joker.
But then that would make Joe Chill an old man at that point.
And Hugo Strange or somebody.
Yeah, Dr. Hugo Strange. Hey,
Jet Sparks.
Yeah, Jet Sparks, you're awesome, man. Appreciate it. That's who I was talking about. Dr. Hugo Strange. Yeah. So between him, the Hush, and again, they might be 1 or 2 other villains that really know Batman. I mean, who knew Batman was Bruce Wayne? Bane did. Bane figured it out. Dr. Hugo Strange figured it out.
Right. Because
the Hush figured it out.
Yep.
And then let me see. Catwoman knows, but that's because they bumped uglies or whatever. So, but but then it's like, but then all the other villains don't know. So if you're talking about somebody that knows Batman intimately, it has to be whoever I just mentioned.
Oh, if anyone knows Jet Sparks, it's 24.
Oh yeah, I defer to him all the time.
But yeah, that's but But see, the problem is, like, if you look at it, you got Clayface coming out on the James Gunn.
Yes.
But then you got Batman stuff happening. So are we going to see Clayface? Are we going to see Clayface before we see Batman in James Gunn's universe? And in Matt Reeves' universe, we'll never see Clayface.
Right, which is weird because it's like Clayface does have an interesting story. There's a lot of interesting stories, obviously, because people work hard. Clayface has you go back even to the animated series, and then like, are we going to follow that Clayface? Because that's the one I want to see on screen, is the Clayface from the animated series or the older comics or whatever. But yeah,
to be honest, Clayface hasn't done shit to garner a movie, let alone a TV show.
So Batman has to be in there, right? Because how many people really want to see a Clayface? Some people are. I know some people who love DC, love what James Gunn is doing. Oh, I was worried about James Gunn. I'm happy, but fine, whatever. But you have to put other characters in. How is people really going to be excited about a Clayface movie?
Nah, nobody gives a fuck.
Gotta have Batman in there, right?
Yeah, nobody cares about Clayface like that. That's the problem. Like, nobody. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. I mean, Clayface out of every, like the Penguin. Okay, at some point, he's deserving. We're already seeing like Catwoman in various movies. We've seen Penguin in one.
Yes.
Joker. Right. We've seen Joker in almost every iteration of every Batman that they've had.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, of course, Penguin should at least get his due, because out of all the Batman villains, Penguin and the Riddler would be like number 2 or 3. And the Penguin, then the Riddler. Riddler would have to be the third. Catwoman, I guess you depend on whether you consider her a bad guy or a good guy. I don't know how you throw her in that mix. But out of, let's say, the top 5, you could think of Batman villains, and Clayface is not in the top 5. So why would what is his character so deserving of to get a fucking James Gunn? Boy, I tell you, man, his fucking to be honest, it's like to want to do something with Clayface, it's like wanting to do something with the Toxic Avenger. Like Toxic Avenger is cool, Clayface is cool, but you really give it that much of a shit to want to like create something about? I don't know, man. Like, Toxic Avenger is not.
See, I mean, like, even that, if you watch that Penguin show, they had to have Falcone in there because it makes sense. And the way that they did the show, it just makes sense because there's crime, all this crime stuff going on. It's like, yeah, this fits. This fits very well, actually. Yeah.
You got a great rebranding. That Penguin show, just like that 70s show. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
But really, no. I mean, it's just the Penguin show. Really, it made sense. So, but they're missing the point. It's like, I would love to know. Talk to the fans. How many of you are really interested in seeing a Clayface? Oh, let's give it a chance. Let's see how it goes.
And that's the thing. It's like he's
such a minor character.
Right. Well, he could be a secondary villain in a movie with a better villain.
Right.
Right. I mean, like the henchman.
Dude, I mean, before Clayface, you would have to even consider Mr. Freeze or fucking Bane.
I was thinking Freeze. Why not Freeze?
Why not Freeze and Clayface? Why not 2 villains? I mean, why don't
Arnold's got time on his social.
No more Arnold. Stop it.
Arnold Freeze.
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 What happened to the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
I mean, and then of course James Gunn, he wants to do Batman Beyond, and it's like, I mean, do we want that? It's like, how are you going to do it? Are you going to actually follow the show, the really awesome continuation from the animated series, or are you just going to kind of go off on your own and start doing stuff like you did in Superman?
Yeah, Cyberpunk Batman.
He's going to do what he wants.
To be honest, I'm going to be real with y'all. I'm a little afraid to figure out what they're going to do with Clayface, because if I'm not mistaken, the way James Gunn has adapted, let's say the last 5 to 10 years of comics, he thinks if anybody knows who Tom King is, he thinks Tom King is the greatest comic book writer DC has right now. So
what?
Look,
well, he also
Tom
thought
King.
the
Tom
Flash
King is
was
one of
one
his
the best
writers.
superhero
Like Tom
movies.
King is writing the Green Lantern TV show that's coming out here very soon. So Tom King is writing that shit. He's currently writing Wonder Woman. He writes Wonder Woman's daughter. Like Wonder Woman has a daughter now. He writes her shit, and he's basically doing all the Amazonian stuff for DC Comics right now. Tom King, and this is James Gunn's writer. So who better to try to adapt his version of Wonder Woman than James Gunn's he's gonna take Tom King, or if he doesn't use Tom King to write the scripts and all that shit, he'll use Tom King's comic book storylines and make Wonder Woman do Tom King's bullshit in the comic books out in live action.
Well, didn't I read recently that Tom King's got an agenda and he attacks people that don't agree with him and stuff?
Yeah.
He's down with the woke crowd, man.
Okay, yeah. So that doesn't. I don't think that ever fits well with DC Comics. Of course, DC Comics is in such shambles, I would say. Just like Marvel Comics.
I was going to say both of them.
Yeah. Both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You know, they're writers and different things, you know, talking out on, you know, Charlie Kirk and everything.
Right.
That's a very tough situation. You know,
Well,
I was sitting here thinking about the whole Charlie Kirk thing, and not to like jump off subject. Is this one?
No. 24, you're right on subject, because that is part of what we're talking about today. We are talking about one of the DC writers who was recently fired,
right?
Criticizing DC's firing standards. If you want me to bring up that article now, I can, because I have it on.
Yeah.
Ready.
They rolled him out of the office, rolled him over to a window, and see how high he could bounce.
Well, you know.
All right. Red Hood writer criticizes DC's firing standards. You can still get Neil Gaiman's work through them. This was posted on the 18th. A lot of the articles are on the 18th, and then some are on the 20th, and so on. But this is by Spencer Paculi, and it says,
Spencer.
and offering further thoughts on the recent emergency stop placed on her overall DC career, Red Hood Volume 2 writer Gretchen Felker-Martin has criticized how the publisher was exceptionally fast, to not just cancel, but fully recall the only published issue of her Red Hood Volume 2, but did not offer a similar response to a number of uncouth creators.
Wait, so let me ask you a question before you go. So basically, because I've read that part that you know, like I've heard it, but it's never been fully explained. So basically, if I'm not mistaken, and if I am, please, you guys correct me. So they did the comic, they printed it, so it's already in comic book form. Were they getting ready to ship it and decided not to, or did they ship it and ask for all those comic books to be returned to them? Did anybody get a copy of issue number one?
That was released like the day before she made her comments and Charlie.
So basically, you could still go into the store and pick up an issue.
You might be able to. I think they offered though to take them back. Issues 2 to I think 5, because 5 were totally done in ready to go out, but those are not going out. People who may have paid in advance for them have been given refunds. They sent stuff to all this comic book stores and such, saying, it's not there. Don't keep a space for it and whatnot. So I think number one is still out there, and it's disgusting because it opens up with the police officers getting massacred, and she had to sit back and say, "Yeah, I didn't feel anything for him." Right. And she, it's like, okay, well, him. Sorry, it's a him. It's an atrocious looking him. And
so Gretch is a dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a little innie down there. He's got a little innie.
No, it shouldn't matter. It's just like, I don't care if you're hiring somebody that identifies as a frog. They just need to understand the dang source material.
Well, yeah,
It's
I'm just mocking him particularly.
I know.
Not the whole.
You know, the funny thing about it is that it's funny. I just heard this about a week ago that somebody, I forgot who the fuck said it, overheard some executive Hollywood, high up execs, producers, whatnot, just people that got a say in some things. And what was the fair remark that was said was, with all the DEI hires and basically having people with no skills coming into your industry, it doesn't really matter if it's television, movies, comic books, video games, or whatever. But you get these people that are activists or whatever the case may be, and you bring them into the industry because of what they represent, what they have between their legs, all this other shit. But what happened was they all these people got bought in, but they didn't know how to do the fucking job, man. They don't know how to write comic books. They don't know how to fucking write scripts. They don't know how to fucking direct movies. And they got put into all these positions to do all these things. And that's why the entertainment industry as a whole, for the last 5 to 10 years,
at least,
has been fucking taking a hit. And it's because we have all the wrong people in all the wrong positions, and they haven't done anything to elevate the entertainment industry, no matter what part of it has anything to do with.
Well, there are a bunch of people that are twisted fan fiction writers who never had a damn thing published in their freaking life, brought on board because, look, here's it, and I inserted myself here, and I made sure that my things, whether it's homosexuality or transgenderism or color or skin or whatnot, is well represented, which is the most important thing. And they go, "Ooh, we got the perfect hire here." Even though what you're taking a look at is dribble, word salad it would be a compliment.
Yeah, I want to ask these people, and I feel like you ask these questions even like at a convention. It's like, what exactly do you know about DC? Like, I'm really curious. If they can't take questions, which they probably can, because they think they're so special. It's like, well, what do you know? I want to ask James Gunn. I would love to go up to James Gunn and say, you say that you've been reading comic books since 2004. What exactly do you know? I would like to. What does this Gretchen person know? What do these people know exactly about the writing, about the stories, about the characters? What do they know? And during these interviews, what questions are they asking them? Are they saying, "Oh, you're this person, you're hired"? Like, that's ridiculous.
Cash, I already told you his comic book knowledge. Little Lulu and Baby
I know
Hugh.
I know what you said, but
the funny thing is, like, when you look at, like, for instance, like James Gunn, look at what he did with Peacemaker. What they did was they looked
he told John Cena, don't even bother with the source material.
Yeah,
We're not going by the source material.
He was like, I'll buy every issue that motherfucker's ever been in. He was like, nah, don't even bother. So basically they took his image and recreated his whole personality, his motivation, all this shit. And John Cena was the one that insisted, let's make him gay or bi or whatever the fuck he is right now. Let's make him that. So that part was John Cena's, let me add my 2 cents into this shit. And that's why Peacemaker's like that right now. So you can actually blame John Cena for that little piece of let me add this in there to make this character, I guess more
Peacemaker. Go ahead, man.
Hold on, clear comms real quick. Then I'll let you guys talk because I do want to say hello to Pops. Pops, if you have time to pop in, let me know. And
Pops.
And I agree, Pops. He is.
Yeah,
absolutely. He is.
They do this with a lot of different IPs, right? They Wheel of Time, all this stuff. They don't read the books. We don't want you reading the books. This is a list of the things. We got names of characters. We got the type of freaking story it is, and worlds and the names of towns or whatever. They have all these lists, but then they just use that as a baseline to. We also need you to put in gay. We need you to put in trans. We need to put in feminism. Anything that our agenda wants, we need to build our story that is completely different than this,
Right.
the original, and base it around these things, and then try to make it work, which it never does. And that's exactly what they're doing with the DC does it. Wings of Power is doing it. It's all this stuff. That's
Right.
their MO.
The funny thing is, like right now, okay, you ever watched the last, let's say, 2 or 3 years of like The Flash, or like kind of like glanced at it, here or there? Do you remember there was a character called Dreamer?
Yeah, Dreamer. She's a trans.
Right.
character
Do you know that they had her? They had the actress. DC Comics hired. Her name is Nicole Maines. They hired Nicole Maines to write a Dreamer comic book, where Dreamer was a part of. She was a part of.
Supergirl.
Yeah, she was a Supergirl. Yeah,
Justice. What was it? Young Justice. That's where I think I first heard about Dreamer, was Young Justice.
Right. Well, they used her, that character, to they used her to write a story where she was with I think it was either Task Force X or some shit like that, and she was like a part of a team with trying to like do some shit, and she wrote it. Do you know she's writing the Justice League comic book right now?
I believe it.
So the thing is, this again, what like, what does she have any part in? Because she's a trans woman that the character was made around, created around, and now that she's trying to embody the character, now she gets to write comic books.
Well, I know, and it's weird, man, because when Dreamer was first presented in live action in the CW, it's like, feel sorry for me, I'm a victim. Then Dreamer actually was like, okay, now I see the future and I can help Supergirl. And I thought to myself, why didn't you guys do this in the beginning? Why did we have to have this nonsense? And why didn't you just say, look, I'm this way, whatever, but I can help people see the future? And so they're missing the point. They've got to start with this victim crap, and then it's like, I'm not liking this character right now, and then it's like, okay, now we're going to go in this direction. It's like, well, that's what the direction you should have gone in the beginning when you presented the character in live action. So
they used Dreamer and Superboy to be like the main characters of DC's last big crossover, where like Amanda Waller was she ended up being this just happened like a few months ago. She was a villain, and they had this big crossover that went through all the fucking titles, and you guys can look it up. They made Dreamer and Superboy the fucking main heroes of the fucking of the story.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, DC is they're doing some things, man.
And even Pop says here, sad thing is that DC has improved a few titles and creators, but they are dragged down by these crazies. And then Shane, at this age, far left writers and artists joined and became predominant, starting with Ultimate Marvels. Then you saw a blast of it on the indie scene, and finally it creeped into DC.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, see,
but I mean, they did the what we've been saying. Make it lame, make it gay, and put a chick in it.
Well, yeah, it's like if they made new, they're so afraid to make new characters, and then when they decide to make characters that are just gay, and they want you to know that they're gay, and they want to have it in your face, they have to be so flamboyant. But we've seen other characters that are gay that were not flamboyant like that. So it's just like, and then people are turned off by that.
I mean,
even gay people are turned off by it. They've said it.
The crazy thing is they've retroactively they retconned the original Green Lantern, Alan Scott's character.
Yeah.
With this to say, oh, you know what? Since world like the 1920s and 30s, he was gay since then.
Yeah. I just can't see Green Lantern ever being gay.
I mean, he had proud of me. He has 2 kids.
You'd be proud of me. You would be proud of me. 24. I got kick banned from his Twitter page, the writer. So.
Oh yeah.
And all I did was do an eye roll.
Tim
All I did was
Sheridan.
do an eye roll.
I got blocked too. I was proud of that.
I got blocked too because I'm
That was a
following
great
some of
day.
the people he blocked.
Yeah,
You got
Mike
blocked
didn't
for
even
who?
do a damn
No.
thing.
Who blocked
Yeah,
you?
no, I know
Tim
what
Sheridan.
Oh,
Yeah, Tim Sheridan.
Tim Sheridan, yeah, the Green
yeah,
Lantern, right? Yeah, that guy.
Yeah,
He's
we all got
Yeah.
blocked. We all.
And
made
all I
comments.
did was put eye roll. I think it
Yeah.
was Tony Stark doing an eye roll, and I get permabanned over there. It's
Well,
like
you deserve it, you bigot.
I am a bigot. I'm a
And
bigot against animosas.
That's right.
G-Rock says, look, guys, I know you don't like what corporations are doing with popular franchises, but I really think we should just forget about the new movies, comics, and video games and just focus on
You know what?
the past products that we like.
Yeah,
we do. We do.
Tree Rock Creations is right, and also You're Wrong is right, and Pops is right, and everybody else.
Yeah.
Everybody else everybody else has been
There's-
on the money. So
The problem is, it's just like flipping a coin. It's like, oh, we got this Penguin show that a lot of people like, and even IGN was like giving this thing like a 5 or whatever it was. You know about that too, Anonymous. It's like, dang it, IGN, can you just stop this? But it's just it really doesn't usually matter what a lot of these paid critics or IGNs, GameSpot, whatever. But it's just they're not. It's like the Penguin really made a lot of people happy. It has a lot of great stuff to it. I don't know if you've seen it, 24. I don't think Anonymous has watched it yet, but it had a lot of stuff that you're like, finally, here's a great direction right now. Let's keep going in this direction. But it's not always the case. And so I understand what you're saying, Tree Rock, but there is sometimes things that you find that are new and like, hey, this actually surprised me.
And as we've said before, if they do something and it's good, you praise the good. But if they produce something and it's total shit, you call it out.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I wish we had the simp clip. I would have played it for Cash because all he's been doing is simping for the Penguin.
Oh, I am. I'm going to make sure you guys
you're
watch
a simp,
that.
man.
I want to. Watch that.
You know what I could do? I could go to EVMux and download it from EVMux because it could still be in those video files over there.
Oh, I think I got it too. Let me see if I got it. But take a couple steps back here. It's like the Punisher comes from Charlton Comics, right? Way back in the day. Is this what they intended the character to become?
Right.
You as someone who's going to continue this legacy have to go right back and see, okay, there are things we can change and go, and that would be believable for the character.
You do, for example, the Blue Beetle movie. If I'm on there, I'm like, no, Batman has to be in this movie. Have you guys watched Brave and the Bold? I can hear it now. No, he needs to be in this film. He's got
Justice
to be
League International.
Yes.
I mean, if you're going to do a Booster Gold thing, you need to have him paired up with Blue Beetle now and then, because they're almost a comedy act as they're going out there. And if you want to have, we call it the Guardians of the Galaxy, but have a team back. If you want to have where the characters are yucking back and forth, with the believable banter and the humor while kicking ass, Booster Gold and Blue Beetle, boom, go back to that old Justice League International day. I loved them in there. It's like I couldn't wait to get the next issue and see what those two were up to. Well, there's shenanigans.
Yeah, I own every one of those JLI, Just League International issues.
Yeah.
And then of course, I got when Booster Gold came out. I got his complete run when he first dropped, and then Blue Beetle when he dropped in the early '80s. I got his complete run. And then I even got some Blue Beetle comic books originals from Charleston Comics, themselves. So
with the Blue Beetle, because it's amazing how long these characters have, of course, been around, because people wrote these in the 80s and the 70s and the 90s and whatever. But
Blue Beetle wasn't even DC.
Yeah, he wasn't. He was Charleston Comics.
That's crazy.
Along with Peacekeeper. Along with Plastic Man.
Yeah, and and the Question.
Oh yeah, the Question. How can we forget him? Yeah,
there was
it's just it's just like, it was so nice to finally see. The reason I pushed that so much, it was so nice to finally see a better direction for DC. And it's like, Matt Reeves, it's obvious this guy cares enough about source material. There's other things he can fix, but it's like, this is the guy who should be running DC. I don't care what anybody says, not James Gunn. Matt Reeves should be the guy. With Sapphire, I don't know. I don't even hear much about Sapphire. All I hear mostly is about James Gunn. And there's people, of course, out there. Oh, that Superman film was amazing. It's great. I'm glad.
Superman was garbage. I watched it.
We're
I would have
going
been shocked
to.
if you said you like it.
Shit.
We're going to watch it 24 in November, but we're gonna have a palate cleanser afterwards with the original 78 film.
I love this whole thing, like 24, with like going with the Blue Beetle situation, where you see the brave and the bold, and you're like, oh, he's got this crush on Huntress, which I understand every man would have a crush on Huntress, but it's just the way they feed off each other and play off of each other. It's like, why wasn't Huntress and Batman in the Blue Beetle movie? Why didn't they make an appearance?
But real quick, I do want to say hello to Pop Culture Mechanics. It's good to see you, brother. I hope everything's going well for you.
What's up, buddy?
Well, actually, I want to take a little bit of a step back into what Tree Rock was saying here.
Okay.
And I think that's one thing that this show can be very proud of. And some of the others, some of them I do with others. Mike has his watch party. Well, generally, what are these watch parties? Most of them are the older films. I hate to say older films because they're from the 80s, 90s, but it's like, that's like 30 years now. It's not like yesterday where it's in the mind. When Pops and I became Pops's Corman cult guy to go to with our first time watching. And I still haven't forgiven him for Forbidden World. I'm kidding, Pops. I'm kidding.
Oh, boy.
But I mean, and where we see the absolute turkeys, we talk about it. But the thing is there's the older ones, and make specific. Yeah, this was a turkey, but he didn't feel like he needed to go and take a shower afterwards and bemoan the last hour and a half to 2 hours of your life. You could at least walk out laughing about it because whatever it was that was ridiculous about it. It was, you're doing the MST3K thing. Nowadays, you have these films that are just so bad. It's like, what do I have to drink? How much alcohol do I have to drink to burn out just that moment of time?
Right.
So yeah,
I understand Tree Rock. It's like you want to try a new show, and then it goes into this agenda thing, and you're just like, fuck, man. Like, I really thought this was actually going to be really good, and it's just they change even stuff like Carmen Sandiego. She's not the villain anymore. Like, what are we doing?
I love what we see there. I mean, 70s, 80s. I think we got into 90s. We haven't gotten into 60s stuff yet.
Not yet. It's coming. I mean, not this year, but next year.
Well, we're talking about this. I'm talking about Pops, but we did kind of go into the 60s with the one that Lady Mist had us watch.
Yeah, The Hunting.
Yeah. But it's important to keep that alive. Like 24 says, it's just as important to make sure you have physical.
That's why I try to get my movies on physical if I can. So
I mean, look at The Relic, for example. Look at all the good banter. I mean, of course, you look at the cast too, but still, it's just there's just things that they keep forgetting about stuff that have always been important. It's like, oh, but we got this agenda, so we're all set. It's like, no, guys, no.
Well, the thing is, they're not forgetting. Right. You'd have to know about it first to forget. No, they're going in with their delusional, preconceived notions, and they want to be narcissistic. I am Fire Girl, or I'm not Fire. I'm
not Firestar.
Yeah, I'm not Firestar, right? Take a look at that one.
I'm not,
the person who wrote.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, you know that the writer inserted herself in as that main character. All you had to do was take a look at her, and then start wondering. Is there a doohickey down there or not? Just like Gretchen. I mean, honestly, you know.
Those dudes and their doohickeys.
But getting back to this article, it does say, as previously reported, felker-martin found themselves in hot water on September 10th after meeting the initial Kirk news of Kirk's killing with mockery. Thoughts and prayers, you Yahtzee bitch, she wrote to her personal temporarily suspended Blue Sky account. Yeah, Blue Sky, where everybody flocks in, and it's just a petri dish of bad ideas.
Yeah, and the only normals there are there to watch the crap show and report on it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm surprised they temporarily suspended it. I would have thought they would.
Yeah, like developers are like, I hate X, I hate Elon, so I'm going to go over to Blue Sky and I'm going to post this of Call of Duty or whatever. And it's like, well, this post looks normal, but Blue Sky, it's Blue Sky.
Yeah,
a lot of it, it's just ugh.
What? It's always been Pops. Come on, you grew up with me. It's the same time as me. We called him the doohickey back in the day.
And then, of course, it's followed by I hope the bullet's okay after touching Charlie Kirk. I mean, let's face it, in the last week, almost 2 weeks, these people have shown how deplorable they really are. Mm-hmm. A few hours later, local comic book stores across the United States, as it was the only country in which the book had been officially published, received a message from DC informing them that not only was Jason Todd's solo series, which had just hit shelves that day, no longer moving forward, but that they would also be offering full refunds via credit for both their remaining copies and those which they had already sold. Pressed by multiple news outlets, including Popverse and The Hollywood Reporter, for details on the move, a spokesperson for the publisher simply stated, "At DC Comics, we place the highest value on our creators and community and affirm the right to peaceful individual expression of personal viewpoints. Posts or public comments that can be viewed as promoting hostility or violence are inconsistent with DC's standards of conduct."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wasn't Trump that got it fired.
No.
And free speech has nothing to do with this because it's not government intervention. No, she violated a term of conduct that you're supposed to have when you work with this company. She put pen to paper saying, "I'll do that," or he did, right? And yet still he violated and is like shocked that he's fired. And oh my God, it's this big conspiracy. I'm being helped. Oh no, why am I going to say it when I can just do this? He goes out there and help, I'm being repressed. And I got news for you, bitch. You're not. You can try to go somewhere else. You can even try to start your own indie. You could take that beautiful face of yours and start a YouTube channel or a Rumble channel and become the voice.
Oh, well, she won't go on to Rumble. That's as far as everyone who's opposed to critical thinking is concerned. That's a far right platform.
They
okay, whatever.
On there. Yeah, they have Tucker Carlson on it. Ew.
I love the free market. I'm a big free market kind of guy, and when the government stays away from people saying things that they don't like to say, or saying things that they want to say and showing us who they are, I'm all for that. I don't want FCC getting involved. I don't want unless it's public airways. They have the rules. Right. I get it. I don't want Donald Trump getting involved. I don't want hate speech. I don't want that word coming out of Pam Bondi's mouth, Donald Trump's mouth. That's just retarded, and I don't like it. And I'll tell it to their face.
Right.
But when society sees this crap, we all have the right to turn our backs on it.
Right.
And voice our displeasure with what he said and how horrible of a human being he's being.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what you believe about Charlie Kirk, which you're completely wrong. But
what does she have?
You know, you can have these views. I don't care that they have. He has this view. He has every right to have that view. But you know, when you go out and publicly scream it from your soapbox, expect the consequences of a society who don't agree with you.
Well, I mean, honestly, animals, it's a freedom of speech, not freedom to force your speech.
That's right.
Right. And we don't want, and take a look at the name that it has. Scum-believable. Oh, I'm supposed to take you serious with a name like that on there? Yeah, you're right. You are scum.
Yeah.
Right? You let it right there. That's your sign.
Yeah, and you know, it's I will even capitulate to this kind of cancel culture on our side to a point.
Sure.
But you know, they
look
got
at
away
what they
with
did
it
to
for so
Gina
long.
Carano. Look what they did to Roseanne.
Yeah,
and
they
so
got
many
away with it.
others.
Yeah, I mean,
don't worry. I got
don't-
something ready for the Kimmel moment with all that. So that was part of my homework before coming to the show.
I mean, maybe Roseanne didn't make the best
it doesn't matter.
that
No,
day,
she
but
didn't make the
still.
best tweet
But
at
still.
3:00 in the
No.
morning or whatever it was.
Yeah, but did she deserve to be fired?
No.
But the woke were in power in these institutions,
Right.
and so they got their way.
I would just say I would have rather
it was
Disney
legal.
come out and say, yeah, that probably wasn't exactly appropriate and stuff. But you know, they can't do that. They have to try to make an example. But it's
well, see, they went totalitarian on us, right?
Yeah.
You know, now I say, well, you know, we're kind of doing the same thing. I mean, do we call DC and call for a boycott of DC, call for, you know, fire this chick and you know, or dude, and I don't know. It's a slippery slope to me too, and it's a gray line to cross. You know,
right. And I got my piece I want to say when we get to the Jimmy Kimmel bit, because this is all part of the same thing.
Yeah.
And my argument is going to be, no, it's not the same thing. And that's why I did my homework before the show, being mocked by Cash, by the way, about it. Yeah, he mocked me. I came into the back room and he was mocking me. I didn't realize I was there.
Yeah, he was. He was saying Barrett's going to show up late to the show, and boop. Oh yeah.
Well,
and I started laughing, going, "Oh, you've been caught red-handed in the cookie jar, son."
It was good. It was fun.
it was a good laugh.
Yeah, Baron was like, "No, I can't believe Cash did this." He went to
he's
the
like,
corner.
Cash was like, he's right behind me, isn't he?
I want to play.
Yeah.
I want to play with Anonymous's magic wand. No,
I've never wanted to play with his magic wand. Come on. No, never. Now that writer, he might, you know, he wants to know what something like that is that's not in any. So.
But this article does say the next day, offering her first public comment on the fallout, felker-martin recalled, "It was surreal. I got a call from a WB executive at 10:30 p.m. She yelled at me." Listen, Gretchen, coming from a Gen X, I've been yelled at before. I know what it's like multiple times being yelled at. You obviously been yelled at before, so you don't know what it's like when you're in deep shit.
Okay, she yelled at you. How many people have you been yelling at, frothing at the mouth, you blob of worthless goo?
Yes, it's a good way to say it.
Well, no, I'm gonna come down on her side here, or his side. For the past 10 years or so, these people have got no backlash for the dumb, stupid, woke stuff they do. They've been encouraged to do this sort of thing.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, they have.
Now all of a sudden it's not good. I mean, it's like letting your kid run around the house painting on the walls and sticking forks in light sockets, and then one day you just up and just start spanking his hand for doing it. He ain't gonna get it. You don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, in that sense, you know, he didn't think he was doing anything wrong.
Well, you know what? I think exactly what you said. It was before all this. It was while he was growing up. I bet you was the same thing. He was Mr. Participation Trophy.
Because let's face it, unlike all of us on the panel who grew up during a certain time where our parents did put us in line when we stepped out of line.
Yeah,
a lot of the kids that came after us, they were coddled. They were told, honey, you don't need to do that. Don't do that, honey. And the kid keeps doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the parent goes, honey, come here. Don't do it. Instead of like my parents, Michael, get over here. What the hell do you think you were doing?
I was very acquainted to a cattle prod. You know that was I get all line.
Yeah, we got beat to death. When we did something stupid and or got on our parents' nerves. It would just go outside or I'm gonna hurt you.
And the greatest humiliating thing that they would sometimes do is take you outside and they go, okay, you find the switch. You get to pick it there. And you better do a good job, because if you're trying to get away with something, I'll pick the one that will make you remember. So, I mean, you're out there getting the implement of your punishment. That's like digging your own grave. And it's like, how much more humiliating is that when it comes to the...
Yeah, and take you 2 hours to do it, right?
Mm-hmm. No, you had a time limit.
Come and get me.
Yeah, I want you to find this 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. But no, in the corporate life, I mean, this is their culture. This is the thing that they experience behind the scenes. We don't see it, but they live in this work culture that encourages them to be as nasty as they want, encourages them to be an activist, encourages them, and no consequences for being that way. And then all of a sudden, just like that, culture shifted.
Yeah,
and they're still themselves, except for the companies realize, oh, we can't have this anymore. So we're using you as an example of how we're changing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a setting of example. Yeah, and it couldn't happen to a better blob in this case.
No, I mean that could happen to all of them. They need to have a purge. I'm sorry, but you can't just live with this now. If you want your company to change and prosper, you're gonna have to purge these people out of your company. I'm sorry, it's just the way it's gonna be.
Right.
And the article goes on to say, after she yelled at me, they did very much want a groveling apology. I told her I wasn't going to apologize for calling a Yahtzee, that he'd spent his life trying to kill everyone I love, and that I had no regrets.
With no proof.
He was trying to have discourse with people.
Mm-hmm.
Discourse with people who had a different point of view is what we all should be doing. Not going out and attacking people.
Well, this thing can't do that.
I know they can't.
She has this imagination that Charlie Kirk would on the weekends he wasn't doing the debates, putting on a Waffen SS uniform and stalking the streets.
And that's where they're mentally ill, because you can't. These people don't run on facts and truth. They run on innuendo. They run on lies that other people have said that spread through the grapevine, and they heard it somewhere. So that must be true because I heard it from this guy who I think he's pretty okay. It's all speculation, and it's just a web of stupid, but they're gullible. That's the whole point. They're gullible, and they're too lazy to go look into it for themselves. You see videos now that are like, they told me all this stuff about Charlie Kirk, and I didn't like him, but now he's dead. And then I went back and watched his videos, and oh my God, I would have lied to. So yeah, hello. How about all you people go out and do that? How about you just go research the man, listen to what he has to say, and then come at me with some Nazism stuff, and then we can debate this if you still think that way. But they don't. They they get their little marching orders. They're NPCs. They get their download from somebody, and then that's the gospel, and they go out and just spread it and be hateful over it. And
well, look how that worked for Stephen. Oh, sorry.
Hold on. And what is it that you do on weekends, MK Natra, over on Rumble? Do you try to have discourse with people? Do you try to explain your point of view and hear their point of view?
No, he dresses up in SS uniforms.
Yeah. I think he was following through with that joke.
Yeah, I think so.
That's my humble opinion.
I'm being serious.
But the thing is, I was going to say something profound. I forgot.
I'm sorry to ruin your thought, Baron.
Oh, it's not hard.
It was a short one.
It's not hard. It's very short. Don't worry. 2 o'clock in the morning, I'll give you a call.
I'm glad it's you, Mike.
Hey, when I find that book, I'll give you a call at 2 o'clock in the morning and put the camera on. Hey, look.
All right. And Homestar Gardner, welcome as well over on the Rumble side.
Paperclip.
I know. You got to have jokes. You have to have levity. I mean, with the way people like to paint a picture on other people nowadays, it's like, come on, we've got to use humor in certain situations. Mm-hmm. Now there are situations like Charlie Kirk. No humor, because what happened to him was absolutely deplorable. And I don't stand for it. I still don't stand for it. I never will stand for it.
Hey, I would say the same thing if it was Sync that this happened to.
Anybody out there who's just trying to have discourse, and an assassination attempt happens on their life, I'd be speaking out.
Mm-hmm. Now, Sync deserved Stein coming by and photobombing his broadcast. Fact. Okay, no problem. But if someone tried to take him out, he was having fun. But if someone actually literally would go out and take him out, I have a problem with that.
He can just do what Crowder did and sit next to him or whatever, and just get mad.
And Scattered Knight, welcome to the YouTube side. Glad to have you all here. So the article goes on to say Felker-Martin would offer lengthier dissertation, regarding her feelings toward Kirk on September 12th via a public post published on her Patreon account.
Because no one's paying to go in there.
No. Kirk was funded by the country's richest and most powerful, feted by President Donald Trump as the whip that kept the youth vote in line and worked them into a frenzy on Trump's behalf. Wrong. This gave him power. This made his words cut fresh and snap bone. Wrong. There is no separation between Kirk's rhetorical violence and the violence carried out on his behalf, both by government apparatuses and by disturbed lone actors whose sickness is gleefully stoked in hopes that it would burst forth into showers of blood. Wrong. That is one side. It has been one side for the past 10 years. And that is the lunatic left.
Right. And every word you said is wrong. It's a lie. And every line that you had we saw in there should be a one-way trip to Bellevue or Arkham. Let's keep it in the DC universe. One-way trip to Arkham. Because you are showing not just a level of insanity, you're actually showing violent tendencies with that mental instability that you have. You're the one by sitting back saying it should be the big flag that keep an eye on this person. They're probably going to do something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not lying.
MK Nacho's got it right. I don't think Charlie Kirk was whipping the right into a frenzy. The left is doing a fine job already. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a guy who started out as a teenager with Turning Point. He wasn't funded. He built this from the base on up. And then he went and supported somebody. And you don't like the person he supported. And he had the balls. I mean, we're talking about elephant-sized balls to go into hostile territory and talk with people. And what do you reward that with? A bullet to the neck. Tell me who's the violent one who's inciting violence. You fat piece of filthy gum that oozes out of a $5 prostitute on the corner of Chicago and Lake.
And you know what? And this next paragraph right here tells you everything you need to know about this person. When they say his hopes are now splattered across the backdrop of a gaudy little pavilion under banners reading "Prove me wrong," but in his own sick language, Kirk was proven right. He seized power, used power, and effected great change in the world around him through the force of his desire for violence. He didn't call for violence. He challenged people on their beliefs, even had people change their minds once he presented his point of view and he heard their point of view.
Right. That's what they're afraid of, making people think.
Yeah, he was a danger to them in their campuses and their indoctrination centers. He was changing people's minds, and he was challenging them to think differently or question what they've been taught. And I'm not saying this is any weird conspiracy. It ain't the Jews that did it. Sorry, no. Candace. But,
there's always a good scapegoat.
Yes. But the boy was messed up.
Yeah.
In a bad place. And I'm sure he's learned from this is their side, telling that, lying about Charlie Kirk, and, and it infuriates them when he proves them wrong, or he brings the facts, the statistics, all the references or whatever, he can cite all this stuff, and that drives them up the freaking wall. So, it's enough to push one of them over the edge. One of them's got the cojones to nothing to lose, to do the thing that they all want to do, but they found one. So, when I say they killed him, I don't mean just him. I mean the entire side that just loves this stuff. They all have.
I'll say it. Soros had him killed.
The violent
even what MK Mantra is saying here, when they say these things, desire for violence, notice how they omit any proof.
Yeah.
They
always will.
King did, through his cocaine delusional haze. He did, but look what happened to you. No, Mike, please roll back up here. Roll that up here, because you didn't finish out the full article, I believe. Just that last line. And then I want to point something out here. And I want that whole, as much as possible, that page to be shown. Just that line. He died as he lived.
Yeah. The part where this person, Gretchen Martin, says he died as he lived, twisting statistics to a lie. No, he wasn't twisting statistics to a lie about minorities. He was pointing out facts. He even pointed out facts about race, why we have it as, white, black, Asian, whatever, and why it was wrong.
Yeah.
To put labels like that on there.
Right. Correct. So, twisting statistics to lie about minorities in the hope that others would murder them on his behalf. Okay, roll it up a little bit. This is issue 1 of the red. No, so we can see that page, that comic page. And I just want to make a little. Okay, stop right there. Right. So she's sitting back talking about minorities and the statistics. And yeah, we know the statistic. It's the 1550 or 1350. 13% of the population 50% of the violent crimes. That's what she's using, talking about for that statistic. If that's the case, then bitch, why are the bad guys black? In your first issue,
their own book.
Why are the fucking bad guys black? You just made that statement, but yet you're using the stereotype of black Americans being violent criminals. You hypocritical piece of shit.
Funny how that works, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It says 2 days ago I made a glib joke. It wasn't a fucking joke.
No.
Read the room. It was tasteless.
Yeah.
It was disgusting.
There's tasteless.
It was inhumane.
Tasteless. Yeah.
It was irresistible to me. Oh, sometimes you got to resist those irresistible urges, Gretchen.
Yeah, like
and that was one of those times.
Like you should have resisted going up to the and at the Golden Corral, going up for the 15th, 16th, 17th, maybe 20th time to load up 3 plates. Maybe you should have resisted that too. Now that's a tasteless joke.
I know. I had spent years. Let me just read this next part, Baron.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
I had spent years smelling traces of the poison fumes he left in his wake, seeing his sneering face, his mouth full of teeth like baby corns and gums that congealed. Congealed, yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm. I stand by the sentiment of what I said. Kirk was evil. He can no longer hurt us, even if his cruelty will linger like a bad smell for decades to come. What I regret is that I didn't take the cruelty more seriously in a moment when people were ready to discuss it, to unpack how violence is done and why and at whose behest.
Yeah, look in the mirror, bitch.
You then go on to say, I have tried to make my own analysis of it here to account for class, for race, for sexuality, and political theory. I have not touched upon religion, but the perversion of Christianity by lovers of human suffering and brutalization has reached a fever pitch so deranged and terrifying that it's influenced men like Kirk, and his influence on it in turn should be self-evident to all. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Oh, you mean the perversion of Christianity where you had a guy go in there and shoot up a mass full of children, killing 2 of them? Is that what you're talking about, the perversion?
This is a person that's never picked up a Bible. How do you even know that the Christianity has been perverted?
They don't, not unless they're going by what their friends tell them, what the news media has told them.
They don't know anything, and they just make assertions that make absolutely no sense whatsoever. If you'd read the Bible at least once, just one time, you would know that everything Charlie Kirk says, most everything, it lines up with what he's been taught about the Bible and what God wants for us and what Jesus came to do. So you don't get to tell us how the Bible's been perverted. You just don't, because you don't know and you're ignorant. Okay, so just shut the pie hole and go read the book. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And it says from there, Felker-Martin's Blue Sky suspension would lift on September 16th. I think it should have been permanent, but you're not going to have a permanent suspension on Blue Sky. Whereupon she would offer her latest thoughts on the Red Hood Charlie Kirk situation. One thing I'll say about DC not only canceling Red Hood, but recalling the first issue and refunding stores for buying it, is that you can still get Neil Gaiman's work through them. They still work with Otto Schmidt, Eddie Berganza, and worked there for years after the formation of a policy that no women were allowed to be around him at any time for any reason due to his habitual sexual harassment and assault, Frank Miller released one of the most savagely Islamophobic books of all time, Holy Terror, and still works with DC. There are pedophiles, war criminals, confessed sexual predators on staff. You can still buy their work. Being a rude, abrasive loudmouth while trans is the only unforgivable sin to these people.
You forgot talentless. A lot of those guys have talent that you can't believe. And you dare say Islamophobic after you've spewed forth vomit about being a Christophobe.
Well,
so excuse me.
Here's what Spencer McCooley adds to the article for those unaware of the specific cases involving the creators named by felker-martin. Gaiman was recently accused of grooming and sexual assault by a number of women and is currently facing a related lawsuit from one of them. DC still publishes his Batman and the Sandman work. Right. Schmidt drew...
Okay, I just want to say one thing. Accused. He was accused. That's
wasn't
not
convicted.
Right. That's why we have the lawsuit. Let's see what happens after lawsuit.
Yeah. Schmidt drew graphic propaganda comics on behalf of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. DC continues to commission him for cover work. His most recent gracing the front of this month's Batgirl Volume 6, number 9. Berganza was fired from DC in 2017 following numerous accusations of inter-office sexual harassment, prior to which the aforementioned No Women Around rule was confirmed by Sensational Comics Volume 2 writer Alex DeCampi. His run as an editor on a number of Superman-related titles, including Action Comics Volume 1, Adventures of Superman Volume 1, and World's Finest Volume 1, are still widely available in various trade collections.
And again, here's in their life. She says he's still working there.
Apparently he's not. Fired.
He was kicked out for those things. Because he violated his terms.
And as far as Frank Miller, as noted by felker-martin, wrote and drew Holy Terror, a post-9/11 anti-terrorism that presents both the war on terror and the Islamic faith as cartoonishly evil. From The Dark Knight Returns to its third sequel, 2019's The Dark Knight Returns, The Golden Child, Miller's collected work remains a mainstay of comic book retailers. While felker-martin did not provide any specifics as to the supposed pedophiles and confessed sexual predators on staff, it's currently presumed that the war criminals include not just Schmidt, labeled as such for his Putin propaganda piece, but also current DC Golden Boy Tom King, himself an ex-CIA agent who helped plan and facilitate America's 2003 invasion of Iraq. At present, neither DC nor Warner Brothers have offered a public comment on felker-martin's above post.
No, other than the fact that she's basically been blacklisted probably from the entire industry. Because, again, he's probably, and I'm not being tongue-in-cheek here or anything, probably all upset because he wasn't sexually harassed. He wanted, oh, look at me, I'm a woman, I'm a desirable, just like Gorlock the Destroyer. Right? And I'm not kidding, because this is all narcissism.
Yeah, of course.
Gee, I wish I had a guy hitting on me here at work.
Of course, it's always narcissism. That's why they do it. And then when they get backlash, they play the victim. I didn't do anything.
It wasn't me.
What about this? What about that guy? What about this?
What about this other person? That's
do your research.
And she destroyed her own soapbox, not just with her weight, but again, when she's complaining about Islamophobia, but she already made a Christophobic statement. And the thing that we can look at is,
okay.
yeah, Okay, this church that got shot up by a loony, this church that got shot up by a loony, this church that was burned, this, all across the board. Oh, that's okay, because that's those dirty, awful, horrible Christians. These people are evil. These people are possessed.
Well, they won't. This is the same people who, of course, if it's about Islam, oh man, you make this joke or you make that. They're just hypocrites about all this stuff. If they really have the balls, they'll be like, no, we're gonna leave that Muhammad joke up and you go fuck yourself.
Yeah,
but
and
they won't.
And if they ever went to Iran or the Gaza Strip or whatever, they'd be the first one to get the flying lesson right off the highest building that they have.
Well, Animos, you're familiar with that big, huge crater in Arizona? They say that's the one that took out the dinosaurs. That big, huge crater.
Yeah.
See, they'd be afraid, though, because they'd toss him off the top ledge, and that's the crater. It would destroy the entire area when the impact was made. But yeah, this person would go over there. When you have the trans or queers for Palestine, they don't realize that we
don't fat shame on this channel.
It's not. Fuck you. But they don't realize they're the first ones against the wall.
Yeah,
this is how much they don't think.
They don't think, or they don't. Like I said, there's another aspect where they didn't do any research, or they know they are so on board and with their side that it doesn't matter. I know I can't go to Gaza Strip, I can't go to Palestine, I can't go to Iran, or they will see what I am and completely unalive me.
Well,
because they can't they won't tolerate that sort of stuff. But you can stay over here in your safe little country and repeat the bull crap of your side. Your tribe is saying, and you're safe, and you don't have to care about that.
You got it. And they will put that in their profiles, and it's just more narcissism. But it's like, oh, look at what I've done. Look at how special I am. Look at what group I'm with. You're like, yeah. No, you from the BLM tags, and even after everything has come out about this information, it doesn't matter. You'll still see those tags, and you just like, how stupid are you? And it's like, okay, and then you also know people in real life who are like that too, and you're just like, not as bad, obviously, but still, it's. But somebody representing DC like this, it's like, yeah, you think there's no consequences to your actions. You're taking my freedom of speech away.
No.
Well, you know what thing is not protected under freedom of speech? Lies and slander. That's why Chris Dodd got his ass handed to him and tossed out. He is in the news business. He's supposed to deliver who, what, where, when, and why. I mean, and what does he do? He lies.
He makes excuses, or he lays blame as to why this happened on the person it happened to.
Yeah, right. So, like,
which is fine.
Yeah,
right. It's just like all the news before with Dorsey. Like there was so many people. It's like, oh, well, the Ayatollah's on here and this and that. It's fine. Like. Then Elon comes in. It's like, well, we want to start actually clean up the X or Twix or whatever. Still needs to be cleaned up a lot more, obviously. But still, it's just like they're so intimidated by Elon. It's just so funny to me. It's like, yet we go on Blue Sky and we say something like, no, that's not true. Banned, gone.
Well, see, it shows again. It shows the hypocrisy of these people because they're afraid of an African American man.
Right. Exactly. Right. It's crazy.
I mean, here you have an African American man who came that has this platform, all that, and they're scared of this African American man. They're absolutely racist.
Right.
Absolutely racist. Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah. Severe tongue in cheek there, by the way, but there's the sarcasm. Pointing out that these people are friggin' morons.
Yeah, they are, and we're finding out more after this whole Charlie Kirk thing, and there's going to be unfortunately something else that comes up, and they just show how evil they can be. But remember, you confront any of these people in real life, they will go hide like the little cowards they are. That's the reality.
Yeah,
Every time.
or try to start a fight, or
start a fight.
right?
Only if there's more
spray
people
you with
around, though. Only if
well,
they
they'll
get
spray
their
your
little
face with
of course,
mace. They'll mace you.
of course,
They'll
of course.
whatever. They'll try to
Absolutely.
intimidate you.
Yeah.
Or whatnot, but of course they got to do it in a group because they're cowardly.
They have to do it in a group. It'll never be one-on-one. They'll never come up to you like when I think it was Crowder actually confronted some of these people of the things that they actually said, and it's just like I don't know how I feel about Crowder all the time, but still there's things that he does, and it's like, yeah, he actually confronts people. And if you're tired of the slander, you're like, all right, I'm gonna go confront these people. Yeah.
Well, Crowder is a more opportunistic, cruder Charlie Kirk.
Right.
I mean, he doesn't have the ability to actually go and do the debate like Kirk could. That's why he was dangerous.
No, well, because he's got a different personality than Kirk.
Right.
Anyone who wants to actually have healthy debate, like we all want to do, the reality is still the reality. We can talk to libertarians, it seems. We can talk to other Republicans. But when it comes to liberals and it comes to Democrats, you can't talk to them about certain things because they're just going to run away or call you names.
I don't know. Pops and I really can't talk and get along because of that. Yeah, there's a big stress between us here. Actually, the big stress is forbidden world. So
I mean, we just continue to find that out even on streaming. We can't talk to these people, but they don't want to talk. They're just unfortunately cowards because, and even people that who maybe your friends or whatever who are on the left, you don't want to talk to them about certain things because you know exactly what they're going to say, and you're just going to roll your eyes.
Yeah.
And you definitely don't want to get into a group discussion with more of them than they are of you because they will will descend on you like
they want to ban you. They want to be this. They'll call you all these names. You laugh at them. They get mad at you. Yeah, it's just really something.
Well, yeah, it's the pigeon playing chess analogy.
Yes.
You're sitting there and you got the pigeon. You make your first move. You move your pawn to a good position, and then the pigeon comes back, knocks everything over, shits on the board, and flies out. That's them.
Yep. They just. You ask them questions. Well, what do you actually know about this property? Oh, how dare you? Are you attacking me because I'm a woman? No, moron. I want to actually know what you know about this property, retard.
Yeah, well,
no, but really, it's just...
Cash, quit mansplaining.
I know, right? Come on, man.
Oh, yeah.
But really, it's really sad that it's like, but this is your job. So why wouldn't you have people ask you questions? Oh, I can't have these questions. I'm too important. Yeah.
See, everything that twisted blob of a man wrote in there was not arguments, but buzzwords.
Yep.
It was just buzzwords.
Yep.
Right?
It is.
And
it's
that's just it. That's all they know is the buzzword.
Yes.
They were told this by somebody
right.
who heard it from someone whose professor told them this.
That's right.
And then spreads
like,
down.
Did you ever listen to Charlie Kirk? Did you ever listen to these conservatives? Do you ever listen to the other side? And then they'll go, oh, do you? And I'm like, yeah. And you know what I hear? The same gobbledygook as I usually hear.
Well, that's the weird thing. They'll lie to your face too, Cash. They'll say, yeah, I listen to him all the time. And he's just lying to us. It's like, no, I don't think you ever No,
you don't have the gumption.
No,
See,
of course
we do listen to the other side because in many ways we're forced if we want to get quote unquote news and information.
That's right. A lot of it is,
97% goes to the left, right?
Yep.
Yes,
it does.
We're hearing the slurs that are directed to us. Give all this time to the politicians on the left more than those on the right, unless they think they got a gotcha moment. And we're hearing Hillary calling half the nation deplorable. We're hearing Joe Biden calling half the nation, whatever it was that he said. But again, calling half the nation disgusting, right? And such like that. So we've heard
Obama, calling us
guns and
boomsticks and sky gods got people.
Yeah. And that's just it. I mean, we've heard the slander against us, and yes, it's slander. Yes, we've heard the insults all that way across the board. We know, we listen because the percentile is. But one news agency like Fox comes along, and it's like, oh my God, it's the end of democracy. What you can't handle one opposite voice.
They can't.
And even then, they bring on people on the left.
Yes,
how long was Combs on there?
Yes, he was.
And he was assaulted by the left for doing
I'm
it.
sure.
How long was Juan Williams over there?
Right.
Is he still over there? I don't know.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Yeah, Harold Ford Jr.
He's one of the best on the left because he's reasonable about a lot of things.
Yeah, right. I mean, and you want to hear what they have to say because they're bringing a coherent argument. Not that other wacko bimbo that they have on the 5. They can get rid of her because she is dumber than a box of rocks, and all she does is, again, the buzzwords and all that.
Skeptical lens. Yep.
Oh, hi, skeptical lens. And doesn't actually come forward with any thoughts and ideas. It's just parroting.
Right.
Harold Ford brings over ideas, and you can feel that he's distressed because he knows this is an area that his side wants. That needs to be changed, and he's voiced it many times. Right. I don't know. I haven't seen Juan Williams in a long time, but
Juan is still deflecting on a lot of things, unfortunately.
Okay. They still have Geraldo on there.
Wani boy does pop in on special report.
Yeah, Geraldo.
He's on with News Nation, and he got embarrassed recently by Benny Johnson. He actually did.
What did he fall for another one of safe from one of the mobsters?
Well, the way the conversation goes,
Capone's
it's like Geraldo. So are you going to tell me that these people aren't illegal? And Geraldo just like he can't say it. It's really funny. Geraldo, man, he's just it's like the safe with Capone.
He's still trying to look for Jimmy Hoffa's grave.
Yeah,
he probably is.
Just like OJ was looking for the killer for so long before his untimely death.
Yeah.
So anything else to say about this last article before we start getting into the main article?
Well, I don't think
because all three of these next articles are part of the main articles. So.
Right, exactly. I was going to say it's they're all connected. So let's get with this trilogy of terror that we're going through.
All right, we shall. Hang on to your butts, folks. All right,
I get a big butt too.
This comes from Cosmic Book News, and it was posted by Matt McGloin on Thursday, the 18th. And as you see there on the headline, it says liberals claiming to boycott Disney Marvel over Jimmy Kimmel.
You just do that now.
We don't care. We don't care.
Go. Bye.
Except those of you that have a contract, suck it, babe. You still got to do it. Or you're going to have repercussions come down on you.
You still got to work for the mouse.
Work for the mouse.
Up until Jimmy Kimmel getting his ass handed to him, they're kissing that ass.
Of course, man.
Of course they were. All right.
I was going to say,
it says
probably more tonguing.
The fallout from Jimmy Kimmel's suspension after his remarks about Charlie Kirk has taken a surprising turn. While conservatives have long criticized Disney for pushing woke politics, now liberals are turning on the company and calling for boycotts of Disney, Marvel, and Disney Plus. Ricky Gervais also reacted to the Jimmy Kimmel news with a meme from his Golden Globes monologue, as fans are now calling for Gervais to replace Kimmel. How bad could that be?
That would be amazing.
I think that would be absolutely.
It would be a great thing to do.
Yeah. Even though he does do political stuff, he can do things off political, and he does have conversation. I am more than for, and I'm not a big Gervais fan. Don't get me wrong. I am not a big Gervais fan, but I think whatever the hell his name is, I know he's got the talent. I know he can do it. If there's something that he can get the bad taste out of people's mouth because of this piece of shit Kimmel, come on, have a Snickers. Come on.
At this point, Craig
and it would be
Ferguson
him.
could also come back too. I mean,
yeah,
that would be awesome. Yeah.
Godzilla, good to see you. And Godzilla says Michael
Hello.
Malice had the best comment. Think of Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy's family. Now they're forced to spend time with him. No one deserves that.
I mean, he's got a family? Somebody actually procreated with him?
Yeah.
Of course, dude.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, again...
money will buy you just about anything.
What did he...
days.
Well, no.
It's easy to talk into stuff. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, he lives next to John Krasinski, and I know Krasinski doesn't say these things. He doesn't talk about Charlie Kirk and stuff. He just goes along with his life and with his wife and his kids.
And Tommy, good to see you too, brother. He says liberals are now unwittingly doing the Lord's work. Ironic, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
It's how it always happens.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly. And bad times happen because people get lazy and complacent and into bread and circuses, right. And then the scum comes oozing in. Like I said, good times breed, and bad times breed the other way. So, yeah, I mean, life is ironic.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It says on Reddit, users have been announcing cancellations. One post in X-Men form user regular opening 9431, which has ranked up over 1,700 upvotes, reads, I've been reading X-Men continuously for 40 plus years. Canceled all Marvel pulls today at my LCS local comic store, for anyone that doesn't know. My drop in the bucket means little on its own, but hopefully enough drops will accumulate. F Disney. I mean, you've been reading them for 40 years and you're still reading it after all this wool crap they were giving people? Eesh.
Well, be honest, I was never a Marvel guy, so it's not hard for me to boycott.
Yeah. Another widely upvoted post in television by QB in 2017, over 4,700 upvotes, framed Disney's move as an attack on free speech. What the FCC and ABC have done, pulling Kimmel for non-Republican commentary, is absolute abuse of power and suppression of free speech. I'll be boycotting Disney Plus because they will notice that. No, they won't. And again, folks, regular network television has standards it has to go by, unlike cable television, which doesn't have those limited standards.
Yeah, but they still do have standards.
Yeah, they do. I'm not saying they don't. There are certain things you cannot say on regular network television. That crosses the line. And we have a story that tells everybody who actually did the firing.
Mm-hmm.
They won't.
Well, yeah, that's just... No, of course not.
Donald Trump did.
Is, yeah, personally, he's got that ban button there that sends her, and they all go, "Yes, sir, Mr. Trump. Whatever you say, Mr. Trump." Yeah, right. Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. It's yeah.
All right. Yeah. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, no, dang it.
Yes, Godzilla. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yeah, the View would be nice. That's what I was going to talk about. The View. The View has had so much stinking legal trouble over the past, 5-6 years. I mean, they're constantly having Sunny constantly saying something where she has to get on there and say some sort of legal brief or something that I'm surprised they haven't been sued into oblivion already. I'm surprised somebody at some of them haven't been fired yet.
Well, remember they were, and he won, and that's Rittenhouse.
Yes, that's true.
And it was so bad.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it was so bad. I mean, Sonny was so bad one episode They had to come, because they delivered this while they're filming, so it'd be on the air. She got 3 from on top saying, retract this now. 3.
Yeah.
In one episode.
I should tell you everything you want to know.
There's slander. Yeah. There's opinion and there's slander. And they're bringing that down because you've gone into territory of slander.
Well, yeah, because it's always the rules for thee, not for me. You say something that they don't like, then you're the public enemy number 1, and it's just stupid.
Yeah, if you get on air and start calling people Yahtzees, and racist, and
right,
and I mean that destroys your credibility, your I mean, that is slander. Obviously, it's slander. You can't. You have zero evidence to prove it, and everything you say to try to back it up is just nonsense. So, anybody that they did this to, because they've done it over the years quite often, I just don't understand how they're not getting sued.
Right.
I mean, I know Kyle did it, but like Trump, Trump could have sued them a long time ago for this kind of crap.
And should have.
Yeah. And should have.
I mean,
there was the New York Times.
Yep. Real quick, I just want to tell Low Spec to have a great day, and thank you for stopping by this afternoon, brother.
Later, buddy.
Have a good one. Yeah, take care. But the thing is if you call George Lincoln Rockwell a Yahtzee, there's no slander there. He was a proud supporter of the American. He was the one that started basically the resurgence of that back in the 50s and 60s. Right? So that's not a lie. Donald Trump is a Yahtzee. Okay, now you got to lie. Because the last thing Donald Trump is a socialist. And that's what a Yahtzee is. Yahtzees, Soviet Union, Cuba, all this stuff. That's left material. Because why? Socialism. Socialism is on the left. It is about control. It's about telling people what to do. It's about limiting freedoms because you know better, or you want to be able to control. Unlike the fence that we got down between us and Mexico, that is to keep people from invading in. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union, along with East Germany, put up a wall so people couldn't get out. That's your difference.
They did.
One's a prison, one is protecting. You can still come in, but the door is over there. Don't cross the river. But of course, this is logic. They can't comprehend because it goes against the buzzwords.
Mental gymnastics.
Always.
Yeah. I'm done.
All right, just making sure.
I'm done.
All right, it said on X, progressive users blasted Disney for caving to Trump and threatened to cancel vacations, cruises, and streaming subscriptions. One user said they're skipping a Disney cruise and resort stay, accusing Disney of selling out. Others mocked the company for becoming hated by both the left and the right. Disney has sold out to Trump by canceling Jimmy Kimmel. If you thought the Disney, or they probably meant that Disney, had values, realize those are the same values as Six Flags Over Georgia. Obviously, you haven't been paying attention to Disney.
No.
Yeah.
Every major talent that works for ABC and Disney should refuse to show up for work until Jimmy Kimmel is reinstated. Well, then they'll be in violation of their contract.
Right. And no union is going to protect you on that one.
Nope. Marvel movies need to shut down. Well, yeah, they've needed to shut down since Endgame.
You're speaking our language. Come on.
Ditto the sitcoms, collective boycott. Corporations love money more than anything, and this will really harm them and force them.
The last 10 years have proven that not to be true.
Yeah.
Amen.
Additionally,
not really cared about the money.
Yeah. Additional users on X noted the irony: liberals are suddenly calling for boycotts over free speech, the same issue they dismissed when figures like Roseanne Barr and Gina Carano were fired by Disney for their political commentary. I mean, Donald Trump's Twitter account, because it was Twitter at the time, was banned, deactivated.
Oh, and by the way, Gina Carano won her lawsuit with Disney over slander or libel, whatever. It was printed.
Yeah, probably libel.
She won. Yeah, I don't think it must have been about the money, but yeah, she won.
And well, I'm sure she got a chunk of change. What she got,
they settled
between her and Disney. Yeah, they settled, but I'm sure Gina got a good amount and some reassurances and stuff. That's my guess. I'm not saying that's the case, but the only ones that know is Disney, her, and the lawyers, and whoever she decided to tell.
And it's, liberals are going to cancel their Disney Plus subscriptions and Disney altogether for pulling Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Conservatives already boycott them for woke propaganda. Is this the end of the company for good?
One can only hope.
I don't know. They've got to do a lot of fixing stuff. So
it says the pushback highlights a rare bipartisan disdain. Conservatives have long accused Disney of shoving progressive ideology into its content, while liberals now argue the company is silencing one of their own. Whether the backlash dents Disney's bottom line remains to be seen, but it's already known that the MCU shows on Disney Plus, such as She-Hulk and Ms. Marvel, have been big failures, along with the Star Wars shows. The Acolyte Marvel Comics is also thought to be at one of its lowest points of all time. If the liberals do boycott, more than likely it won't make much of a difference. Jimmy Kimmel is also thought to have been losing Disney and ABC money due to low ratings, reportedly dropping 11% alone in September, which is similar to that of Stephen Colbert, who reportedly was losing $40 million a year before cancellation. And according to charts that were shown on Fox News, Jimmy Kimmel has always been trailing the likes of Colbert and Fallon when it comes to the late night wars.
Yeah. He was a vanity piece. We have to have a late night talk show ourselves.
Well, they just the political activists of all these different shows, and then just the blatant attacks and the other nonsense, and then the fact that now there's a number of people that think Trump told the FCC, "Hey, see that Kimmel show? Just like the Colbert show, you take that away." Yeah, I would love them to prove that. Actually, I really would.
They can't. The thing is the the head of the FCC right now, it came forward. They don't want to talk about this. It never crops up in any conversation. But they came out and confessed, yes, the FCC has been extremely lax in keeping the standards. Keeping people in tow to, the different broadcasting standards. And because of that, this is where we're at now. Now we got to crack down on it. There's certain things, like Mike was saying earlier. If you're on terrestrial, radio, or television, you are hold I hesitate to say higher standard, but yeah, you have less freedom because of the fact it's terrestrial.
Absolutely.
When you get the basic cable, it lifts a little bit because you actually start hearing more of the seven dirty words that Carlin said. And Fox after a while kind of quit bleeping when they start getting riled up on Gutfeld and all that, because, well, God, I can't keep up. They try to do the same thing with the OP Live. You're live. You have that delay, but they're quick to try to bleep out all the bad words that are being said there and blur out things that you shouldn't see because they're still on the basic level of cable satellite. Once you get behind what you would call the paywall of the day, like HBO or something like that, well, out the window. You want nudity? You got nudity. You got gory violence? You got gory violence. You want cussing? You got cussing.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
they literally think they're the be all end all, Tommy.
They think their speech is fine, but the other people are the evil ones. It's really
they don't
really
have the class of Johnny Carson. I know everybody keeps going to Johnny Carson, but
they don't
really,
have the
he
class
was the
of
gold
Craig
standard.
Ferguson and the other people that actually were. Even Craig Kilborn was good. I mean, even Letterman recently, like the things he's been saying after this Jimmy Kimmel thing, it's just you just roll your eyes. You're like, really, dude?
Well, he's always been a whack job. Always been a whack job, even when he started late night on NBC. But the thing is he was still on a bit of a leash in understanding how far you can go, but he was willing to push those limits, and he was doing more to entertain than to proselytize.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
No, let's throw things off the top of the building. You know, there's a Wile E. Coyote. Make it look like the Warner Brother cartoons.
I think like that. I think that ugly beard that he has on his face has made him lose his mind. I don't know.
Well, yeah, well, that's your first sign that they've gone crazy. Just look at me.
And let's take a look at this tweet from Valiant Renegade. Some of you may know him.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I do. Yeah, I've talked to him.
Yes. Well, yeah, I've talked to him too and stuff like that. Yeah, I know him. You know, we're not buds, but we're acquaintances.
You know who he is.
Yes.
You clearly don't get what happened here. The real money spoke. Actual normie audiences in suburban America who feed the legitimate advertisers said no. This isn't the same sort of left-wing astroturfing cancel culture bullshit you people have gaslit yourselves about. This is, and then it goes on. So I'm going to actually...
It better not be a DJ link. Okay. Oh yeah.
All right. Dang it, DJ. What did you do?
Let me see if I can. If I can't find it, that's okay. But basically, Valiant Renegade added his 2 cents. So let's just go back.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've ever listened to Valiant Renegade's streams, he knows what he's talking about. He does his research.
Yeah, he's a smart guy. Very smart guy.
And it says Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, was shot and killed on September 10th, 2025, while speaking at Utah Valley University during his American Comeback Tour. He was delivering a speaking debate event in front of thousands of attendees when he was shot in the neck by a sniper from a rooftop roughly 200 yards away. The suspect, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, has been arrested and formally charged with aggravated murder and several related counts. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty, alleging the attack was politically motivated and that Robinson targeted Kirk for his conservative rhetoric. Robinson is described as a leftist and has said to be in a relationship with another man transitioning to a transgender female.
Dressed as a furry.
Yeah. Well, see, there we go. There was the gaslighting there. First, they're sitting back saying, he probably got shot by a Trump supporter that was shooting his guns in the air.
As in celebration. Who does that?
How many things have happened like this? And how many times have you had Trump supporters shooting their guns in the air like Yosemite Sam?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. I can't believe that phrase even came out of his mouth. How far are you willing to go to be that ridiculous?
Yeah. And then they followed through when they're sitting back saying, no, he's MAGA right, which is the thing that got Stephen King and his coke-addled brain in trouble for, because he kept on spreading that same lie after the information came out about this guy.
And remember, the neighbor, but their own.
And when it came down, the family wasn't obviously wanting to talk to the press at the time. And they're being accused of turning him just for the $600,000. That's the only reason why the dad did that, was because so he could blood money off his son. I mean, that was another low that they're going to, but obviously they didn't want to talk to anybody. But they did talk to the neighbor, and she said, "Yeah, I'm not surprised that this kid did this," which means there's been a history.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with Tommy here. Blame Howard Stern.
One of the other problems is like, I don't want to talk to these people. Well, why not? oh, they have different politics than me, so I don't want to talk to them. And I'm like, ugh. And so that's what you have seen, of course. That's another big problem with a lot of these talk shows. People like Gutfeld and a few other ones out there is willing to talk to anybody. But the other ones, the Seth Meyers from SNL, and Fallon at least is willing to talk to other people too. After Gutfeld on, so that's always a sign in the right direction. But no, Seth Meyers and of course Colbert. I mean, and of course Kimmel. It's just like, dude, you don't want to talk to these other people from the other side. But that's what you do. Even with Letterman, Leno, of course, talk to the other people, other politicians. But now it's like, I don't want to talk to this person, but we can talk to Jasmine Crockett. Woo!
Yeah. Miss Slander bitch herself. But talking about Howard Stern. Now here's a man who was on terrestrial radio, and I can't remember how many times he either had to pay huge fines for violation of the FCC standards, or was suspended because of it. Just like Anthony and Opie, when they had that bit where he got a couple to go into a church. And I believe they were in the middle of having a service, and they were boinking in the back, and they're doing it on, doing it so and laughing and chortling over that. That was their downfall. It's like really, there's some decency. Yeah, you want to be wild and push out there. You'll be the quote unquote shock jock, which they accused of Rush Limbaugh being, but he was never a shock jock. His shocking thing was, again, he was willing to have discussion.
Yes.
And that's why he had a call-in show.
Right.
But that's not being a shock jock. They're just shocked with his viewpoints.
And it's not that. It's just the brutal honesty.
It's the narcissism. Look at people like, Alec Baldwin. I mean, but before he had a show, and Sean Hannity and Sean Hannity, we play clips of Alec Baldwin. So we got this person on the air, and we're going to be talking to him. So yeah, Sean Hannity is blah 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 blah. And so at that time, they were also talking about why conservatives are so. They're just more popular on the radio than liberals. Well, if liberals would just take that stick out of their ass and be more like, we'll say Fetterman. Fetterman seems to be the only liberal I see here, the Democrat in Congress, who's willing to just say, yeah, we need to focus on more important things. And so...
Well, what about the videos you see of people on social media who
they're
were
horrible.
Part of the left? I'm not talking about the horrible ones. I'm talking about the people who were on the left, and because of everything that has happened, they said, I can no longer support this party.
Right.
Well,
those people, that they probably have been having doubts for like years, except for their normies, and they don't pay that much attention.
For somebody to say, okay, this is just too much.
They waited for that line that got crossed and be like, all right, I can't do this anymore.
Well, being that was brought up about why was talk radio so popular with the conservatives. Now, again, this is an era I know really well because I lived it. I was in radio at the time when a lot of these shifts were happening. I was training for it while it was all happening. And I tell you, before Rush Limbaugh came about, which was really on the national scene, really taking off the very, very early 90s. Right. No. He was out there. He was gaining traction. But when he really burst on the scene, because it was like, let's just say 89, 90, how he basically saved AM. AM was considered, amplitude modulation, by the way, was considered dead because everybody wanted the high fidelity of FM. Before that, though, it was filled with liberals doing their talk shows, which was another reason why. You had that guy who was that Jewish. He was a Jewish liberal, I believe, in Colorado, and he liked to antagonize the people that don't like Jews and such. And there was basically an avowed Yazi that he would on the air get into discussion, shall we say. And after a while, that guy hunted him down. Alan Freed, I think might have been his name. But he hunted him down and murdered him in front of his garage. Right? Yeah. Boom. And the movie Talk Radio was made about that situation. But you had Larry King. No way on the right? But he was the king of late night radio.
Right. Yes.
He was more than just politics.
Of course, because Larry but he was another person who would talk to anybody on anything. He wants interesting people on, just like Rogan, just like these other. Yeah, there's a few out there that actually care about that. Yes.
And I'm serious. His biggest mistake was leaving radio to go to CNN. No, I'm not kidding, because
he was better on radio than he was being a part of CNN.
Yeah, he had more
freedom, more
gotta
have that
whatnot,
freedom for sure.
But talk radio was filled with liberal. You didn't really have a conservative voice on there until Rush Limbaugh. He explodes. Then you started getting the others getting in there, whether it be Prager, Michael Savage, whether it's
Larry
Hugh
Elder,
Hewitt, Hugh Hewitt, Larry Elder. I mean, all these guys coming along being like, okay, we're like the successors on there.
Yes.
And then they decide, look at this horrible.
Back too. Yeah. Like none of us just mentioned.
Mm-hmm. But then they go to the fact that, we need to do something about this. This horrible talk radio. That's how the right that saved it. So they come up with this Air America failure. And yes, it's a huge failure. And to show the difference between this, right? Rush Limbaugh goes on there. He has no script. He might have notes, but he doesn't have a script.
Right. He's just talking about how he feels. Right. Just like
Hewitt
did before, just like Hugh Hewitt. Yes.
And Michael Savage and all that, right? Mm-hmm. Nothing
John
scripted.
Phillips, if you've ever listened to John Phillips, which I do highly recommend if you get a chance.
Now you get Al Franken.
Right.
And Al Franken couldn't do it off the cuff. He had to write every episode of the show that he was on.
Ugh.
And his sidekick, I forget her name, but she was on AM 1500 KSTP, which of course was Rush Limbaugh was on there along with Jason Lewis and a few others. And, it was known for being a little bit more right of center, as was Stanley Hubbard, the son of the guy who started, again, right of center. And of course, she had her liberal show on there between Lewis and somebody else. And they were all three together, joshing, joking, political fun back and forth. But she got serious. She sat back and said, this is really hard for being a liberal in talk radio. And this is the reason why. The left has talked themselves into believing that this is lowbrow and not worth their time. That's why they lost this medium.
Yes. Right.
And she ends up going and working with, of course, Al Franken, whose only claim is that he helped write the Star Wars sketch on Saturday Night Live. And
real quick, Baron, 24's got to leave soon, so I wanted to get his thoughts on all of this before he has to get out of here. And
well, actually, to be honest, I mean, this is kind of like no different than what happened to Roseanne. So but the thing is, it's a different administration. It's a different time. Things have changed, and it looks like maybe not the people on the ground, but it looks like the execs and everything else are realizing if they keep fucking around, Trump's going to sick the dogs on them. So it's like, so they're sitting there and they're trying to, I guess, curb their dogs with putting a muzzle on people like Kimmel and other people. So, I mean, the thing is, when you look at it, there's a lot of shit that's been said over the last week and a half. And it's pretty bad when you have all these people lying and it's a little weird, honestly, to just see it happening this way, because nobody would have thought that any of this shit would have happened. Who would have thought that Kirk would have passed away? Who would have thought that after the fact, all this would have been landsliding the way it is, with people losing it? You know, what, over 1,000 people lost their jobs, different corporate people, doctors, lawyers, school teachers, different people in so many different positions. No matter if their job was being just a dishwasher or a fucking hamburger flipper at McDonald's, or they had some, you know, high level job somewhere. You know, it's wild. And just to see the, you know, the hammer, you know, see the hammer strike the way it's happening is just, it's very different. It's very different. And, but you know what? If they believe so much in cancel culture, you know, over the last 5-6 years or longer, then they should believe that, you know, at some point, you know, the hammer's going to drop on them. You know, it's like you know, the door's going to have to swing the other way at some point, man. It can't always be, you know, a one-way street
between our two countries.
Well, so sadly, they don't think that way. They think they'll be in control all the time, and they're going to be a new intelligentsia
for a new era.
You know, that's how deluded they are.
That video's playing.
Stand together today. As
I think Mike's gone.
On defense.
Oh, who's got the brick?
Trade.
I'm still here.
Groundbreaking deal.
The video is playing in the background
now with the new agreement.
Oh, on the Fox Business, yeah.
Yeah.
We're confirming our status as the first partners
it's just
in science and technology.
Things going on.
Ready to define this century together.
The pissant PM and their president.
Yeah.
This tech
that's all it is.
Has the power to change lives.
But fellas, man, it was great being here with y'all, man. I appreciate y'all.
Well, like I said, 24, you're always welcome to come on, brother.
Yeah, man. I miss you, man.
Yeah, I miss y'all. And you got a Wednesday show at 5, right?
Yeah, 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern time. If you want to join Wednesday, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on catching up back with y'all on Wednesday. This Wednesday coming up, and I have to see how things go. But even how long does it go for? About 2 hours?
Sometimes more than that.
Yeah.
All right, well,
what do you think?
Yeah, as long as you want to be on it, let's just put it that way. You don't have to be on it if it goes super long. You can say, "Hey, I'm out of here, no problem." We understand, but you should hear the long suffering. She goes, "Yeah, I don't count on you at all on Wednesday. I know I'm not going to see you."
No, it's cool. I'm going to try to come on by, man, and swing by on Wednesday.
Yeah, man, you do that.
Appreciate it, man.
Hey, man, appreciate y'all, man. I love y'all, man. Miss y'all. You know, hopefully, you know, you guys are doing well, and I look forward to catching up with y'all on Wednesday. To the chat, love you guys, miss y'all, and you know, thank y'all for you know, always having my back and having you know, these awesome gentlemen's backs as well, man. Appreciate everybody, man. So y'all,
well, thank you too. And before you leave, brother, do you have anything coming up on your channel?
No, actually, I'm just working on some things, but I look forward to you know, talking with y'all about it on Wednesday. But I'm working on something. It's just I had to get myself honestly just out of a funk, man. So
I understand.
You know, that sometimes that takes down the best of us, man. So yeah, man, you know, sometimes before you move forward, you got to clear your mind, and that's what I've been working on, just clearing my mind and getting a lot of gunk out of there, and you know, that way I could be okay as I push forward. So
yeah,
sometimes you have to take a break. Just let it clear out.
There you go.
Hey, I worry about you, man. I honestly do. Yeah, so.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to talk. So, you know, if you know, if you have a moment, give me a call. You know, if tomorrow night, man, if you're not doing nothing, call me.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I look forward to hearing from you, Baron.
Oh, always enjoy talking with you, man. Even though it seems to go for like about 6 hours when we talk on the phone.
You know it, man. You know it.
Baron's got 4.5 of that.
Yeah, I know. Right?
Oh no! You should hear how he talks, man. It's like I just how you going, sitting back, going, okay. Actually, we're both talkers, so
no, that's all good.
Don't fool yourself, man.
All right, gentlemen, y'all take it easy, man. And
brother, and I'll make sure to send you that link for Wednesday. All right, I'll make sure to send you out that link for Wednesday.
I
love you, brother.
I'll be looking out for it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anytime.
All right, man. You gentlemen take care. Have a great day,
man.
All right.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, buddy.
All right.
Love you, brother.
I love you too, man.
Love you, man.
Yeah, love y'all.
I like you a lot, buddy.
Oh, still love
He
you.
wants to sit on your lap. That's what he wants.
I want to sit on your lap, man.
Hey, y'all take it easy, man.
You too, buddy.
All right.
No, I do want to address what Godzillionaire is asking here before we get into this next article here. He says, anyone else think the Colbert and Kimmel cancellations have anything to do with USA money getting axed? Without subsidy, networks are losing too much money. Yeah.
It's
It could have something to do with it.
Possible, yeah.
Oh, I don't think it's a possibility. I think it's all part of the dominoes that's happening. Just like I sat back and said, we're going to wake up one morning and shit's going to hit the fan. So September 10th, September 11th, that's what happened. And now in 2 weeks or so, we have seen a massive change of everything. It's been turned upside down. And I want to just talk about that at the end because this is the last one, right, Mike?
No, we have
okay.
The one I found last night before we started the Adventure Continues.
Yeah, because we got Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel is saying, "I lose track. I lose.
I understand, but between that article from Cosmic Book News, finding this one from Fox Business, and finding the one from the New York Post, they all go together.
Yep, exactly. It's like Mad Max and Road Warriors. So I'm just saying I'm lousy at math. That's all.
Well, we know.
1, 2, 5. No.
And you won't. You have to go to social media to find out what's going on in Canada.
Okay. Oh yeah, the CBC is one of the most corrupt broadcasting that we have, and of course the government itself suppressing.
Yeah, you probably have to go find Ezra Levant. Maybe he's Canadian, free news or real news. I guess he's always getting in trouble.
Well, back in the 90s, Project Veritas, and I think they went up because they had that big election going on for the prime minister and such. I think that's what it was about. But they went up there and they started asking some uncomfortable questions. And they literally got kicked out of the country. They were escorted to the border and thrown out.
Yep.
All right.
For asking some questions. So that's Canada for you. I hate to say, I love Canadians. But
so it says here on the headline, Disney executives made the decision to pull Jimmy Kimmel Live off the air after Kirk comments. Disney CEO Bob Iger and entertainment co-chair Dana Walden made the decision to pull the show. This is by Sophia Compton, and it was posted on September 18th. It says senior executives at Disney made the decision to pull Jimmy Kimmel's late night show off the air following his remarks about the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Disney CEO Bob Iger, along with Disney Entertainment co-chair Dana Walden, were behind the decision to suspend ABC's Jimmy Kimmel Live indefinitely after the late-night host remarks about Kirk's death, sources confirmed to Fox Business on Thursday. Jimmy Kimmel Live will be preempted indefinitely, a spokesperson said for ABC. And of course, I said that on Wednesday. I posted the link during the watch party.
Mm-hmm.
The Disney's executives' move was driven partly by media company Nexstar Media Group's refusal to air the show, given that it operates 32 ABC affiliates. One Nexstar executive denounced Kimmel's remarks as offensive and insensitive, according to the Wall Street Journal. And I'll go ahead and put that article's link into the chat for anyone who wants to read that.
Hey, what are those lizards doing on the screen there? Why do we have a picture of two lizards?
They're the two people that decided, all right, Jimmy, no more.
Take off the glasses.
Oh. Well, they're lizard people, right?
No, take off the glasses. You'll see them as their true selves.
Yeah. No, I got to put the glasses on to see their true selves. That's why I see.
No, that's what you're saying. I'm going backwards.
Oh, yeah, you're going backwards, man. You ruined a good joke, man. Go and sit in the corner.
Man.
It goes on to say Sinclair Broadcast Group, which oversees 30 ABC stations, also said it was refusing to air the show and insisted on several demands from Kimmel, including an apology and a donation to Kirk's family and Turning Point USA, according to the Wall Street Journal. So see, folks, it's not Trump doing it. It's the networks doing it.
Mhm.
Those in charge of the networks doing it. Those in charge of being an affiliate associated with the networks who are doing it, not Donald Trump. It's not going against his First Amendment right of free speech. It's these networks who are saying, no, he crossed the line.
That's called capitalism.
Right. So
you have our bottom line.
Free
market. You got two entities here that have a large number of affiliates, privately owned affiliates. They're not part of the Disney team, but they are, basically subscribed to the network. So here we go. And they're the ones that were just so aghast. They're probably not happy as it is anyways, because they know they're coming in like third every night, but they still have to keep on showing this crap. And then Jimmy Fallon goes out there and fucking lies.
Kimmel.
All right, sorry, it's Kimmel. Who did I say? Colbert?
Fallon.
Well, he goes out
Fallon.
there.
You said Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Jimmy. Sorry, I didn't mean you. Our Fela. I didn't mean you either. But Kimmel, goes out there and lies and won't retract the lie, even though it's proven to be a lie. They don't want to be messed up with it. In fact, some stations were putting Charlie Kirk stuff on in that hour as their protest to Disney. And you can see why.
The weird thing is, it's not that he lied, because he lies all the time.
Yeah.
Right? It's about what he lied about and about
Right.
the situation, and the fact that what happened was so egregious that it literally started a firestorm that could not be contained. And then he turned around and lied about it, and that's the bridge too far. Right? Yeah, you can lie about all this other stuff; it doesn't really matter. Blah blah, push your propaganda, blah blah blah. But no, somebody got hurt. A lot of people got hurt over this, emotionally, and one absolutely physically. But it was too far. Some people still have lines that they won't cross, and now you're seeing that. You're seeing who has those lines.
Well, yeah, the lines of civilization.
Yeah.
But, think about it. I don't know how many stations the other group has, but 30 ABC stations they own. 30. That's a lot. Even if many of those will probably be in a smaller market, overall, that is still a lot. That's still a lot of reach. And the other one that was up there probably has a fair number as well.
I can go back up to the article
I don't think they said next star. Oh, they have 32. Okay.
Yeah.
So they have 32. Then we got 30. So that, if my math is right, 72 ABC affiliates. And we're just talking about those two. Which other ones we're putting pressure on? But, there might be a lot of TV stations out there and whatnot. And we got a big country, but still 72 markets, not cities, markets, are giving the big middle finger to Disney over this. That is frightening.
It's a big chunk of change, and they don't want other ones following suit either.
Right. I mean, I even the Star Trek interracial kiss, you didn't have that huge of a backlash from the local stations, which is why it continued on. It's like, okay, whatever. Right. So this is frightening if you were the network exec.
Yeah, you can take. I mean, it's a lot easier to take the temperature of the country after something like this than you could have back in the day. You had to wait, several days or weeks to see what was in the newspaper, see if who complained or whatever. It took a while. Then now it's like almost instant.
Yeah, and because it's almost instant, it's instantly read the room.
Yeah, and they can make a decision a lot faster over this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't get yourself back in the day, because they made sure they're in constant contact with their affiliates, with everything. Even though you didn't have the social media, they got the word.
Yeah, well, I mean,
affiliates calling in, and
the affiliates
you almost had real time.
Would probably get a lot of calls from their viewers, right?
Right.
So that would take a while to filter in. So I'm just saying it's not. I mean, it's not like. I mean, it's not like it'd take a month, but it would take at least 3 or 4 days a week or something before they really reach the gravity of the consequences.
Okay, good. No, it wouldn't have taken a week. It would have been that night. The phone calls would have been coming in. They try to assess things, and then the next morning, when the office hours open up, you give a call in, because this is something they need to take care of right away. I mean, these networks back in the day, I'm talking about even going back to the 60s, almost had real time in that sense. It wouldn't be a couple days, because you know how much money you can lose in that amount of time because of that? No, they want to nip it in the bud right away. And so, the main, whether it's one affiliate, they only have one market or maybe 2 markets calling into the exec head, or something like this. They have, well, they didn't have where they had 30 because there were laws at that time. But now you'd have something that, this constant bombardment from across the nation from your affiliates saying, what the hell? All of a sudden, it's scary. You come walking in there, Mr. Big Bucks, overweight Big Bucks, the guy from Dilbert, right? The boss. He sits down, lights a cigar, make sure his pointy hair is in the right direction, and all of a sudden the phone explodes, literally, because so many calls are coming in. The desk, the front desk is having their phones explode. And then you go, what the hell happened? You talk to the people that were on staff. What happened here? And get that assessment. And it's like, as soon as you can, you call the main affiliate, you figure out what the hell is going on. And it's all about money. But not to get too ahead there, but since we're on that U.S. aid and shit like that. That took the money factor out of it. That took the factor of, fuck you, little people, because they didn't have to worry about ticket numbers, our ratings, our money to keep making this crap, because they weren't getting it from the people, from the sponsorship per se, or people going to see the movies. They're able to have these fronts going in there and buying the tickets, making it look like you have a sold-out theater, when you can literally go in there and maybe you might see a couple up above there, and they're too busy aardvarking to watch the movie. They just want a place to get away and do some naughty stuff. And having all this funding being yanked away, BlackRock, all the other stuff, China economically not being able to support it and taking the money away. And now they're being forced to do what now? To please the populace, to offer what they want to see, because then they'll pay. They'll go to the sponsors. They'll buy tickets to the movies. They'll do the subscriptions to your pay services. And now you're actually going to be getting real money, not imitation money. Money laundering. Let's just say it. Money laundering.
Yeah.
They've lost all that. So this is a frightening thing for Iger. It doesn't surprise me that he turned around so fast and said, hang him.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a weird transition period too, because they don't have the infrastructure to create anything that's worth watching. Not a lot anyway. So it's going to be a nice little period of time where you're getting the slop. You may not get the wokeness in most of the stuff now, but coming up, but it's not going to be good, and it's because they, like I said, they don't have the talent in house. They have to go out and actually find real talent to make something good, and that would draw people in to make them spend their money with you. And that's going to be hard.
Partially agree with you on that. They do have the means. There are some talented people in there. They're just not being given the proper.
They're not being given the opportunity to show what they can do.
Right. So we got that there.
I don't know. I mean, sure, I will concede that there's probably some talented people in there, but I don't think it's enough to like overwhelm the non-talented people. I think they're a vast minority.
It probably isn't.
The thing is, this goes to the second caveat to all this. It means that now they are really seriously having to consider either selling off or just ending all these little side things. Their streamings, all this other stuff, all these entertainment things. They may have to sell off TLC and Discovery, but they'll keep the history. They may have to go out there and sell off Lucasfilm to some entity.
Can only hope.
They won't end it. They'll get more money selling it than if they just brought it to an end. And
but who's going to want to buy some of these properties now, Baron?
Well, they get it for a discount. I don't know if they can get it for a discount, because they don't have to sell it for $4 billion.
Right. They're not going to be able to sell it for that.
Right.
But take the lead of Donald Trump and why he was so successful, right? I see a challenge. I think I can build this up again. And that's where a lot of these people that would do something like this would be. They know that it's still something available. It's just been sitting in the garage for a while. The tires have gone flat and rotted away. There's some rust on there. The windows are broke. But, I think I can restore that car. That I can restore that property. And there's enough of those out there that are entrepreneurs that would do something like that. Trump has done that all across. It's the challenge. In a sense, right? It's basically in some ways a vanity project for them. Can I do this? They put themselves to that challenge. So yeah, you got people who would buy that damaged good just to show up everybody, and especially Disney if it's Star Wars. So again, that will never be ended. It will be sold, and someone's going to be more than happy to do that and rub it in Disney's face if they do get it back to what it's supposed to be. And, it's like trading places. The two guys having the bet over Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. Just for $1.
I kind of look at it as like getting a new boss. You don't know what you're going to get. Could be worse than the last guy. Could be way better than the last guy. You just don't know until it happens. So if somebody buys Lucasfilm, Star Wars from Disney, they could actually be worse than Disney. You just don't know. You have to wait and see. But I mean, they could actually be actual Star Wars fans, and want to restore it to its former glory, and that would be the best scenario. But
and really in this case, yeah, you could probably say that's exactly what's going to happen. The devil we know is going to be definitely different, a lot worse than the devil we don't, because there's not much further Lucasfilm or Marvel can drop.
No,
really, the next phase is total. Yeah, it's total extinction, right? So any new coming in would be status quo, which again would lead to extinction. Or again, they are going to be absolute serious. They might not even be the biggest Lucasfilm fan, but they know it's not what I know, but who I know. These are all a lot of factors that people forget about, because in one way we've been lied to about how executives are. All they do is just sit around and live off the hard earnings of the people beneath them, detached from everything. No, they're hardworking people. They want a challenge. They just happen to do the challenge on a higher buck level. It's like a difference between me going to the Canterbury Downs and playing at the $5, $10 poker table, and then you got the high rollers up over there where they're just changing to thousands, if not tens of thousands per bet. Right? It's still, people have that game, but it's just the different amounts, and they're able to play that amount.
Thank you for sharing your gambling addiction.
Yeah, well, and my drinking and all that stuff. Yeah, I love poker. I love poker.
Add to the list.
Well, see, we've gone out of the chess game into a full-fledged Wild West Texas Hold'em game.
There you go.
This is not chess anymore. It's not 4D chess. This is Texas Hold'em. There's going to be bluffing. There will be risks. There'll be losing. And there'll be winning. There's going to be antes. There's going to be calling. There'll be folding. Right? Now we're in this realm. And the blood's in the water. There are people going, hey, maybe this is my chance now to get this failed property that I love so much, or I think can really do well. So we got to get back into have the realistic of people who are entrepreneurs instead of, again, the Kimmel idiots and the leftist retards out there telling us what they are. That all they are is just, plague to society, and we must eat the rich. That does mean Taylor Swift too, right? No, Taylor Swift is a wonderful person. No, you eat her too, because she's in that same realm. And while you're at it, Bernie Sanders as well. He had to change his rhetoric from millionaire to billionaire when he became a millionaire and has the 3 houses and sports cars. Yeah. He gets eaten too, right? I guess I'm a little bit more of a pragmatist when it comes to it. It's that black and white thing. But in this case, that's what we're dealing with. A lot of the people that shoot their mouths off don't know a fucking thing what they're saying and have been spearing.
Yeah, like all of us.
Well, I know a little bit because I was in business. I understood. Well, no, but I understand how it goes. And in that aspect. And there's going to be failures. There's going to be falls. It's not going to be smooth. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
No,
but
it's going to take a while too.
Look what happened in 24 hours. And now we're in the calm. This is the calm, people. Yeah, all these people lost their jobs, shows, whatever. I hate to tell you this. This is the calm. The storm is still coming.
There's a lot of change to happen. We're not there yet. We're just getting started here.
Yeah, this is nothing. This is nothing on the spectrum thing. Other than fact, yeah, you lost a human being. That's something. But the tremors, the shock waves, all that came under. We're going through the little shock waves right now, but it's going to fuel that tsunami. So we're not worried about the earthquake right now, and everyone's forgetting about the tsunami that's going to be coming in. Right, Cash? Mr. I live on the West Coast with my Goggins goggles.
He gave up on us a long time ago.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah.
Took a nap.
What now? What's going on? Anybody? No.
Yeah, that's typical Cash response. Yeah.
I love messing with you, Baron.
Back
California, California, just like Minnesota and some of these other places, are run by power-hungry morons. And when you try to explain to people, they'll say things like, "Well, they did this one thing," and you're like, "And what else have they done?" But people like Gretchen Whitmer and people like Mussolini or Newscum or whatever, Newsom, whatever you want to call them, they should have resigned after what happened with the whole COVID nonsense, because they just blatantly lied to people, and people go,
behind bars.
Yeah,
I'll just add to that.
Maybe even in jail, but at least having to resign. And there was there was a petition out there for him, but even the Los Angeles Times over here, they said Larry Elder was a whatever this, and he's not good enough, and
or blackface and white supremacy.
Right.
Yeah.
They basically said that he's a what was it? What was the exact word? Something about a white nationalist, black supremacist, or something.
The blackface of white supremacy.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yes.
And it was just they never apologized. So even our own local news, it's like when January 7th happened. I'm just kidding. January 6th. It's you'll hear from the local news that's disgraceful. Yet they won't say anything else about other things that went on. And then your own local news will even say, "Oh, well, I'm glad today things are peaceful." Like that's really supposed to help. So it's just it really is a big clown show, and they just like to play the pandering game. They like to play this. I mean, you can watch ABC World News and they'll say one thing. Oh, hey, that makes sense. Then the next day they're off on their garbage again. You watch something like PBS Goofball Hours, I like to call it, for many reasons, and there's about 15 minutes of art, and you're like, oh, that's cool. But then you'll get somebody on there who says, oh, well, I don't care what Shakespeare thinks. He's dead. And you're just like, wow, listen to that narcissism. And so, it's just unfortunately, you just continue to find out more and more that people are just ignorant, stupid, uneducated, don't want to educate themselves. And they want to belong to whatever. Oh, I'm going to put this in my bio. I'm going to do this. This makes me feel good. Well, that's great. Oh, but you need to do the same. No, I don't. Who says I do? So, all this stuff is really stupid. And then it's like, oh, well, I went this direction, so I'm safe. But Kimmel found out, just like Colbert did, that you just cross that line and you're done.
Yep.
So stop crossing the line.
Exactly.
They don't care because of their narcissism.
Yeah. Look how often I get kicked off the show.
This is why you hear from AOC who went to college will say things like, oh, well, Charlie Kirk just basically implying he didn't go to college, so he's not educated. And unfortunately,
you want to know something about that,
really
Cash?
stupid.
People want to flash their degree.
Right.
It's a degree.
Right. What did they do with that degree, though?
Anything.
Yes. No. It doesn't mean anything.
Because there have been people who had to drop out of school, yet they've been able to start their own successful business. People who only went through high school have been successful. People who went to college and dropped out of college have been successful.
Yes, they have. Because they found something that they knew they could make money on, or they took a chance, just like Facebook. Just like whatever happened to MySpace, Zuckerberg still took a chance. But he also screwed over people. That's right. He also screwed over people. That's why he doesn't like that movie, The Social Network, because I'm sure a lot of things went down like that. And that's why Zuckerberg doesn't like that movie.
Well, I mean, sorry.
Let's continue on.
Oh yeah.
The article before we add anything else. But it says the suspension began with Wednesday night's broadcast with no set return date. Disney is monitoring the situation and believes the show could be reinstated in the coming days. The Wall Street Journal reported, citing a source with knowledge of the matter, which also leads us to our story from the New York Post. But it does say here on Monday's show, Kimmel accused the MAGA gang of desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. That is what he said.
Yeah, project much there, Jimmy?
Mm-hmm. The host also mocked Donald Trump's response to Kirk's death and accused Vice President J.D. Vance and others of exploiting the tragedy, according to the Wall Street Journal. A reporter was asking Trump a question, and then Trump started talking about how there's going to be a new ballroom at the White House. And other people have speculated, and I know many people deal with death differently, especially when it comes to a family member or friend. They focus on something that keeps their mind going.
Right.
When a tragedy hits. And with Trump being in real estate, he's focusing on the new ballroom at the White House.
Right.
I'm not making an excuse for him. I'm trying to look at it from his perspective and what he's focusing on.
Yeah, he's
and
a human
other
being.
people have said it too.
This is the same kind of crap that went on with George W. Bush. Oh, why didn't he say something? Why did he just kept reading to the kids? It's the same kind of crap, and it doesn't matter how you feel about George W. Bush, but because they're Republicans, because even back then they were trying to slander people. These lies about people, saying, "Oh, well, he didn't say." Why does he have to, basically get everybody panicked? He decided to keep reading to the kids because he's thinking in his head, "Oh, but George W. Bush is one of the stupidest people there," and so it's just this has been going on, and so it gets worse and worse and worse, and then people on the left. Oh, yeah, you know what they did, and they bombed this, and they did that. Oh, that's fine. Oh, but this person did that? Oh, what's their affiliated with this? Oh, no, that's wrong. Yeah, so it's
Bush was put into a 2020, was put in a situation where that it wasn't going to be good for him because, I mean, he was given the word that, basically a plane, single, the second one hasn't happened yet, right? Has hit the World Trade Center. So it means that there's not much information just yet.
Right.
So being in front of the kids, did you really want your president right then to get up and rush out with these guys, leaving kids confused, maybe scared, maybe crying? No.
Right, exactly.
It's like, we'll finish up here and I'm going to boogie out of there.
That's right.
That is a symbol of a man who was showing humanity.
Yep. I mean,
and it just like Katrina,
Dan Rather, who used to have professionalism, he went out the window too, and it's all because their narcissism can't. Well, maybe not. Their narcissism gets the better of them. Their egos, and they just can't stop themselves. I remember Bob Costas would talk about the war. It's like, dude, just focus on talking about sports. Unless you've got a different kind of show now. It's like, but he is obviously more on the left too. But even Bob Costas I mean, I haven't listened to him in a while, but there's certain lines that you should never cross. And some of these guys, they don't care. So,
And they never will care, Cash.
No.
Won't. Well, again, you got to remember Dan Blather destroyed his own career because his lying caught up to him, and with the Swift Bolt thing, that he had his fingers all over in there, it cost him his job. He should have been brought to trial for that.
Yeah, just like Brian Williams and lying about being on that helicopter or whatever it was.
Yeah, Lying Williams. Lying
Williams.
And it's just like Bush with Katrina down there. He was caught in a catch-22 situation. He brought all the guard up to the border, right? Boom. To come in and help. But they're saying, don't come in.
Yeah, the mayor and the governor told him to go screw off, and they could have gotten him in there 2 days before. And I've said this before. I found that out, of all things, on a Spike Lee documentary.
Right, and I knew that before that because it was being talked about that Spike Lee glommed onto. And that's fine. Great. It means he's doing his job. He's doing his homework.
Exactly.
But the thing is okay, either I stay on the border and not and respect their wishes and get called names that George Bush doesn't like black people. Thank you, Conway. Or he goes in there and then he gets screamed at for overstepping his authority and whatnot, and he gets damned for that, and then they'll start calling him Yazzie and stuff like that, and tyrannical. And so again, you put this person in those situations and just stoke the fire. It's
Even-
gaslighting. It's
Even back then,
slander.
I knew somebody who lived in Louisiana. He said, "It's all Bush's fault. It's Bush's fault." I can't. I will never forget that. I said, "Actually, no," and they didn't want to listen. So yeah.
Oh, that's because you did the actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, Jesse Ventura did have that footage of George Bush personally knocking the levees over with a sledgehammer.
But this article goes on to say Trump celebrated the show's suspension on Truth Social, saying Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert. Well, that is true.
Yeah,
You just have to look up the rating charts, and that's true. Federal Communications Commission Chairman Brendan Carr, in an interview on CNBC, accused Kimmel of misleading the public about Kirk's death. He also recently told the Wall Street Journal that the FCC would be taking a tougher stance against broadcasters it believes are failing to serve the public interest with their public affairs programming and news. Earlier this month, Kimmel criticized CBS for its decision to end The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, suggesting the network cancel the show to appease Trump and secure FCC approval for Paramount's merger with Skydance. Wrong. Not when Colbert's losing $40 million an episode. CBS all of a sudden, out of the blue, claimed The Late Show was losing $40 million a year. And then miraculously got FCC approval to sell their company, which is what they wanted, Kimmel said during his monologue. No, you have a show that's losing money, like yours, Jimmy. But the network's got to look at their bottom line because at the end of the day, they believe in capitalism and making money. And they're going to say, okay, where can we trim the fat?
Right. I say corporate feudalism, but that's the same thing. They want to make money.
And it says Deadline was the first to report that the decision came from Walden and Iger. Jimmy Kimmel and the FCC did not immediately respond to Fox Business' request for comment, which leads us to the final part.
By the way, where did they get the report from? They got it from Deadline. Deadline, who does not like Trump and whatnot, but they were forced to report the truth.
Right.
Yep. All right. So I saw this last night before we went live with the show with Baron and myself talking about a piece of the action from the original series of Star Trek. And this is by
a piece of the action here.
Yeah. This is by Catherine Dunleavy, and it was posted yesterday. And it says Jimmy Kimmel in talks with Disney execs to negotiate return of late night show. This is report. Yeah. So it goes on to say Jimmy Kimmel and Disney are in talks to put his late night show back on the air, according to a report. I mean, got to keep saying it. It's a report. It's not proven fact. And somebody,
I think it's Jimmy Kimmel racking the cup across the bars in front of Disney, going, "Please, sir, may I have another? Please take me back." I think that's what phase we're at right now.
It goes on to say Jimmy Kimmel and Disney are in talks to put his late night show back on the air, according to a report. The comedian's business and legal representatives are in deep discussions with Disney and ABC, trying to hammer out a compromise that would allow Jimmy Kimmel Live to resume its 23rd season. Really? It's been that long?
Yeah. Well, when things are when things are unforgettable, it goes by fast because you're not thinking about it.
Insiders told Vanity Fair.
To be honest, the show's been on 24 seasons too long, but go on.
Whether the sparring parties are close to any resolution is unknown, leaving Kimmel and his show in limbo following offensive comments he made this week about the slaughter of Charlie Kirk. And that's what it was.
Wow.
The New York Post doesn't hold back at times.
No. It's refreshing, actually.
Kimmel is reportedly concerned about what a permanent cancellation would look like for his crew in Los Angeles who work on the show, many of whom are still digging themselves out of a financial hole caused by the actors' strike in 2023. Well, you guys did it to them. They didn't do it to you. You did it to them.
Yeah. You wanted the strike. There you go. Bad decisions.
Mm-hmm. Neither Kimmel...
Go and find Fran Drescher and talk to her about that.
Yep.
Well, now it's Sean Astin, but she was in charge at the time, so you go talk to her.
Why didn't she negotiate a deal sooner? Agree to a deal sooner?
Right. Oh, because she wanted to be in the spotlight, because she's irrelevant. You know, no one cares about her now. Her nanny days are long over with.
Mm-hmm. Neither Kimmel's team nor Disney immediately responded to the Post's request for comment. ABC had warned Kimmel in the past to steer away from political comments, specifically those against President Trump. Well, if that is the case, and he was already warned by his bosses not to do it, and he failed to heed that warning, then that's entirely on him.
Right.
It's on no one else but Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, yeah. He's the only one to blame here for what he's in. He signed the terms and conditions. His agent should have been right there alongside, making sure it was all explained to him. I realize he was too busy going around going, Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Kimmel. That's why you have your agent.
Mm-hmm. His agent, like you said, should have told him immediately, Jimmy, this isn't good for you. This isn't a good look.
Mm-hmm.
You need to stop this and zip the lip.
Mm-hmm. Right, because that's where the agent gets his money or her money.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I keep you employed, I get the cut. That means I can go down to Acapulco.
And Jimmy can go on his vacations.
Mm-hmm. Or cry like a little bitch. You know, whatever it is.
And no, it's not suppressing his freedom of speech.
Not
when his own bosses are telling him, zip it, enough, stop.
Right. That's a corporate decision.
Mm-hmm.
The First Amendment. Let's go back to that refresher. Right. First of all, the first thing that they have in the First Amendment is the guarantee of freedom of religion. That's even above free speech, but yet it ties into it. You're able to profess your faith, right? That's freedom of speech, right? And then it goes into the freedom of speech stuff. That the government shall not infringe on both religion and the ability to go out there and speak. And primarily what it means is you shouldn't be able to be afraid to go out there and having a counter to someone's political thoughts, you know, basically the discourse of politics. Which, of course, for the last 10 years, amazing, that has come down to that way. The government was punishing people for it. And look at England now. I mean, they don't have our Bill of Rights, but, you know, they're wanting to follow the same path that England has. You put a mean tweet out there, we arrest you. Right? Bullshit. So, again, like you said, this has nothing to do. The government's not coming in and if they were really honestly going in and silencing Jimmy Kimmel or Stephen Colbert or whatnot, they would make sure that he would never be on any television show, streaming service, social media. They would basically make him such a pariah and blacklisted through laws, decrees. That's violating First Amendment.
Mm-hmm. And Tree Rock, since his wife is a writer and executive producer on his show, again, she helped make the bed that they had to lie in. She's part of the problem.
Well,
Jimmy is part of the problem. Every actor and writer who decided to go on strike 2 years ago is part of the problem with why Hollywood is in the state it's in.
Right. I mean, again, maybe we're looking at a situation where Jimmy Kimmel. I mean, I'm sure he's a cuck boy. I'm absolutely sure he's a cuck. But she happens to be the mama dom, and she's telling him what to do, as much as anything else. I wouldn't go. She's probably as he's filming her with her boyfriend, she's telling him, "This is what we're going to do on for your show." I wouldn't put it past that. There's been a lot of bad influence people had behind the scenes. And Kimmel isn't that smart, honestly. So we can just scrap out this First Amendment bullshit. Now, we can scratch out cancel culture. Why? Cancel culture is when you go back 30 years and discover that Paula Deen said the N-word with the hard R 30 years ago. It must be banished for all time. That's cancel culture. This is something where you're trying to pull and drink something way in the past because it works for politics. But you are willing to destroy a human being's life by finding something insignificant. Really, she said one time, recorded, maybe probably more than that. But you know what? Who cares? Who cares if she was slandering, using slurs against whites or whatever? I don't care. Our Northerners, I don't care, right? But just because you said the hard R back then will destroy you and drag you through the mud. That is cancel culture. But it's a selective cancel culture. Mm-hmm. Jimmy Kimmel got a pass for doing blackface.
Yeah, and Stephen Colbert, he always got a pass. Jimmy Fallon got a pass.
Yep. All these people got a pass.
Seth Meyers got a pass.
Mm-hmm. All that. Now, again, let's look at the sordid history of Jimmy Kimmel, right? So we brought her name up, Roseanne Barr, right?
Right.
And Jimmy, this is Jimmy Kimmel, quote unquote, verbatim. And ABC, to their credit, didn't waste any time. They canceled her show today. I am not a fan of censorship, but this wasn't about free speech. Bitch, yes it is. It was about consequences for saying something vile. You can say what you want, but networks don't have to pay you to say it. You can't just blame Ambien for that. Actions have consequences, and ABC made the right call. May 29th, 2018. Bitch, what goes around comes around, or what comes around goes around, or whatever it is. You know what? You're experiencing iconic karma there. You're more than willing to cancel people up and lose their jobs and actually go into the area of true censorship to destroy a woman. And I'm sorry, that what she said, what Rosie did have in that was not racial. The woman looked like she was from the set of Planet of the Apes. It doesn't matter what the skin color was, right?
Which, Lord knows, she looks pretty white to me. For a black
yeah, exactly. But the thing is, we can say that too with all of us. We all have a caricature. We go to the caricature artists, and what do? They draw the extreme for humor, right? Mm-hmm. So it's out there, right? She Roseanne Barr did nothing. I repeat, nothing wrong, and she was not doing a racial slur or epithet to that piece of crap, a politician. None of that. But yet Jimmy was more than happy. Let's throw her out. Now let's continue the journey of Jimmy fucking Kimmel. Or basically, but more than that. There's more the generalization thing here, right? Tim Allen is a conservative. Cancel his show. Roseanne Barr is a racist. Cancel her show. Gina Carano hates BLM. Cancel her show. Wow, ABC pulled a plug on Kimmel Does MAGA hate free speech? This is what you got. Now, the final thing I want to bring up here, I hope it's still up. Yeah, there it is. Remember a guy by the name of Dickie Barrett? Does that ring anybody's bells? Okay,
Yeah.
He, of course, he was in ska punk. He was in real punk music. Big supporter of RFK Jr., by the way, right? But he was kicked the F off of Jimmy Kimmel because he didn't want to take the jab. Remember when Jimmy Kimmel was crying like a little bitch and all that? So with that, being that Bart was his announcer, he kicked him to the curb. So, excuse me, who was doing canceling? Mr. Kimmel. You lying sack of shit. And all this is about the fact that you were lying about Charlie Kirk. You didn't say the truth. You were lying. That's slander. In the family, too. So this is the ugliness of the whole thing. And now, of course, they always scream about Colbert or, oh, he's fired. Funny, I wish I was able to stick around for 10 fucking months.
Yeah. Yeah, if I was fired, I'd have to leave immediately. I'd probably be escorted out.
Right.
That's how they do it.
Yeah. They're honoring the contract. They just said the show's losing too much money, you greedy son of a bitch. So we're not going to renew contracts when the time comes around. Congratulations. You got canceled network-wise, not culturally. But in a sense, culturally, because people weren't watching the show. They got tired of them, except for the mind-numb idiot robots that have 3 Juul cups under them, because that's how much comes out their mouths. Right?
And so I want to show something real quick.
Yeah, you do.
Because it's still related to this topic.
Yeah.
I'm not deviating off topic. I'm sticking with topic. When I show this is from Elon Musk. This is at Charlie Kirk's funeral today. Look at all the people.
And that's just inside.
Yeah. And the only reason why the ground there isn't so filled up is because they need to follow certain fire rules. Or that place probably would be even fuller than that. But we're not India. So.
And as Elon says here, every seat in this giant arena that isn't roped off for security is packed to the ceiling.
Right.
Honored to be here. All for Charlie Kirk. Don't tell me this man was a racist. Don't tell me this man was a fascist.
I'm looking at video right now of the massive amount of people outside the building.
If you want to share it, please do.
Please. Yeah, pop it up. Well, and let's not forget the other things. Yankee Stadium. Everybody with
Wrigley
a moment
Field.
of silence.
Yes.
Right. All but 7 teams in the NFL.
Your Minnesota Vikings being one of them.
Right. One of the 7, that is. A piece of scum shit, piece of garbage that they are. Held a moment for Charlie Kirk. And people were respectful. And of course, gave cheers to Charlie, not what happened to him. I mean, think of how much he's...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And that's early in the morning.
Yeah.
It's
the wee hours of the morning.
Congratulations. One pissant bitch, she went out there and said, oh, you know what's so great? That Charlie doesn't have any real following or credibility, so he'll never become a martyr. September 11th, he became a martyr. The reason why it wasn't on the 10th is because people were still too much in shock. He was
people from the left side would disrupt visuals. peaceful visuals.
Yeah.
That were being held for Charlie Kirk. While the other side, and we saw the quote-unquote summer of love, and we still see it today, will riot, shoot, and murder.
And then they will use the footage of the burnings that were happening in Washington, D.C., and slip it in when they talk about J7 or 6, I mean. And when they do J6. And they'll slip those little images trying to insinuate this is what Washington, D.C. looked like because of MAGA. And when you did have disturbances at these vigils, it was because the piece of shit little Antifa, George Soros monkeys came out and tried to start something. They were instigating, and they got slammed down. They're basically told, this isn't good. This isn't good. You're going to bring the inevitable sooner. Are you ready?
And it's good to see Jason Fox of 540 Studio, host of The Beyond, says the party I'm a member of, Conservative Norway, did a big event to Charlie Kirk. Amazing stuff.
Right. As did, you take a look at the million people in England, over 1 million people in England peacefully gathering together. Again, they had the leftist mob try to come in, and they had to protect the leftist mob from the people that were peacefully because they were going to get slaughtered.
Yeah,
and then they got mad because
the police were told not to let them advance any further. And the police were like, no, come on in. Come on in.
Yep.
Come on
the
in.
police were the police were protecting the socialist assholes from the crowd because they know if they push too hard, that crowd would annihilate them. And then the other ones were sitting back saying, come on in. Screw Whitehall. Screw the mayor's office. And even though this was something because of, again, their free speech and other things, their flag being attacked, guess who was the shining saint that they were gathering around? Charlie Kirk. Czechoslovakia, Charlie Kirk. Poland, Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Australia, New Zealand, Japan. You cannot say that he's not a martyr when you have this response worldwide to someone who was not a politician. He might have become one eventually. He may have become, may at one time, possibility, become president. I'm not going to say it's a sure thing, but people are looking at him.
He could have had some political standing within Washington or even in the state of Arizona.
But the thing is they're all mad at him because he engaged with the youth and won them over with debate, while they felt threatened because all they were doing is trying to indoctrinate and intimidate the youth. They're telling young men that they're pieces of shit and worth nothing. That all you're good for is to be a sperm donor, and that's it. And that you being a man, you're being toxic masculinity and mansplaining when you need to explain something to somebody, someone, especially a woman, right? It's like, oh, excuse me, no, that's not what you're mansplaining. Okay, keep on doing that, and that device will come apart, and it's going to swing around and take your head off. Have fun. So of course he's getting the young men coming that way. But he was also affecting the young women and homosexuals and people who were trans. Were. Because the one that sat back and stopped doing all the treatments and such was actually hearing something affirming the opposite of what she was being fed for bullshit. And she was able to think about it instead of being, the affirmation are forcing the Munchausen by proxy crap. That was Charlie Kirk. This is the movement that's around. He changed minds with discussion, debate, and making people think, not being told what to think. And of course, that they're so scared. the thing is just like the gerrymandering that's been done by the left, they can't gerrymander anything else now. They've gone to the absolute limit of gerrymandering. That's why you're seeing districts being redrawn to fit the actual demographics, not these weird districts so they can try to, okay, we got people for our side, and let's have this little thing go down there that's basically a highway ride, and now we got this other little blob that's connected to it, and that way we can assure that we have more people on our side there. That's how Incest Omar got in.
Did you hear about the rhinos who went over to the other line so that she wasn't kicked out of office?
Yeah. She should be. She should be deported. Absolutely deported.
But we had rhinos, and we're always going to have rhinos who are going to go to the other side. And well, that's what happened.
Yeah. They're their own party. They're for themselves, not for the people that voted them in. They figure, oh, I'll just have these people vote me in because I got the RB on my name. But that district was gerrymandered out for the guy that was before her. I mental block on the name, but he's now our basically our state in the state. So of course then we run her. And again, it's still gerrymandered out for that. A black person who's a Muslim. I don't start throwing anything at me about being racist. That is from them. They wanted to make sure that district was black and Muslim because that area that they tried to carve out to fit it all in is exactly what that population is there. And it makes no sense. Keith Ellison, that's the guy I would think about. Keith Ellison, he was part of the Black Muslim movement in Black Muslim Church. Of course, Incest Omar, she's Islamic as well. And they're both black, and that's what they wanted. And they figured they have a guaranteed victory. What would happen if that was ungerrymandered, though? Now you got to work for it, Incest Omar. You got to actually prove to us that you have a brain and that you're able to take on these challenges. Not cuss in a church like you did this last fucking weekend, you bitch.
She doesn't care.
Yeah, you're up there behind a lectern in a church. Of course she wouldn't care. She looks down on Christians. She's the bad Muslim. Just like you have bad Christians. She's not one of the good Muslims. In that church, I bet you it's either going to be ELCA or Presbyterians or Methodists. Because they glom onto that shit and they start focusing on that, really, there's more than one way to get to heaven. So we can bring these people in and no. Tell me that you don't know a thing about Christianity by running a church. So this is where we're at. And of course, the fact that you have to tell the ugly truth, they get mad at you and call you all these names, even though you got the facts behind you, because facts are racist. But you have shitheads like Kimmel and even Stephen Colbert going out there lying through their fucking teeth to a point that it's basically slandering the dead and the family of said. You should be taken to court, Jimmy, for every fucking that you have. A lesson has to be, like I said, I don't want anybody to go to a eternal hell. I want nobody. I know people will be going there. And it's because of what they did themselves. I don't want any, but temporal hell, I want you to feel this burning for the rest of your life, Jimmy Kimmel. As you live like Oscar the Grouch in front of ABC, begging for money. Actions have consequences. Isn't that what you said, Jimmy?
Mm-hmm.
I want that. I'm beyond wishing sand fleas up your anus in this case. I want you absolutely destroyed. I don't want you dead. No. I don't want you dead. I don't wish that on anybody, not a soul. But I do believe in punishment. You broke the law. You broke what the FCC has for standards. You broke Disney's terms and services and conditions for working there. And you tormented a Weddle with your absolute vile, vulgar lies. Thank God those kids are way too young to understand what's going on. The girl knows that daddy's not coming back. The boy, being 1 year old, doing 1 year old things in that innocent way. But now you got a single mother out there. You left this like single mothers so much, you're willing to help out and make them, it looks like. And then speak ill of the dead. I'm one of those that doesn't believe in this. You mustn't speak ill for the dead. If I didn't speak well of them while they're alive, I'm not going to be duplicitous. It's like, no, the guy was a fucking shit. I don't care, but I didn't want him to die. Right? I'm not going to say good things about him, but I don't want him dead. I wish he was still here. And if you want to know, okay, this is the reasons. I've said it many times before. Like the feud between Roddenberry and Harlan Ellison. He wrote one of his pieces about speaking of the about Roddenberry when he died. And it's like, why should I be a hypocrite? We all know. That's the difference. No. This is why this isn't cancel culture. Yeah. They want to try to call it that, but none call this cancel culture. This is self-destruction, is what it really is. No one's going out there and finding things. Yes, we mock about the dressing up in blackface and point out that hypocrisy while we're laughing at him and pointing out the stupidity of the hypocrisy that's out there. But honestly, I didn't want him ever canceled over that.
No.
Because those bits were funny. Those bits were funny, actually. And it was not meant to insult black people. It was just going after Karl Malone. But you did this to yourself. So, yeah, I want that temporal hell on you and your wife. Should we get the betting box open right now? How long until we hear Jimmy Kimmel gets a divorce? And what should the
but who knows if that's ever going to happen, Baron? But I do want to acknowledge Jace here for his 10-month member chat and says, look at this. And again, Skull and God bless. Like, share, and sub to these great peeps. And remember, no bear hump.
No bear hump. No. Oh,
looking at you, Moss.
What you're saying this? I think that's what he's saying. No, the reason why I bring that, the reason why I bring this up is because it's all part of that narcissistic thing, right? When people have, in Hollywood specifically, or even politics, unless it absolutely suits them, like Hillary and Bill, right? And that's their relationship, fine. You have your twisted relationship. Obviously, you know that Bill's screwing around with the women, and obviously Bill knows that you are screwing around with the women as well. And all the others, fine. I don't give a care about it. But the thing is that they opted to keep their marriage political and stay together and whatnot. Okay, no problem. No judging. I understand, right? But when it comes around to the level of narcissism that you have within the Hollywood crowd, when shit like this hits the fan, the narcissism starts taking over and the fingers start being pointed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, he's screaming at his wife because, she was on the staff and writing stuff and telling him what to do. She's screaming at him for being a complete total idiot. and it only builds up greater. And it's all, again, the narcissism. Hollywood marriages are precarious anyways. Especially,
some don't even last a year.
Some don't even last a day. I mean, honestly, look how many times Mickey Rooney was married. Look how many times Liz Taylor was married. In fact, she didn't learn enough lesson enough that she married Burton twice. It's like, look at it, and sometimes all it took was a simple little thing to end those marriages, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes a big thing, drinking, whoring around, or whatnot, right? And probably on both sides. It's just like, honestly. But again, it's narcissism, just like we have narcissism. We do this because we have a level of narcissism. Ours are under control, I like to think. But you have to be slightly narcissistic to go out there and do a show like this. And remember to keep it reined in. And what's important? The people out there. Well, a lot of these people don't have reined in narcissism. And I'm absolutely serious about that. How long? And I don't think it's an if. This is my opinion, folks. Don't blame Mike. Blame Cash, but don't blame me. I believe
they can blame me all they want.
Yeah, because you put that in the disclaimer in the beginning. Go after the ones that say the stupid shit. Well, I'm going to say something stupid here. I think it will end the divorce. It's going to be, but how long until it does happen? Remember, he had that divorce from his other wife, first wife, that he was married to during the Man Show.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was hanging around some was it Silverstone or Sarah Silverman?
Silverman.
Yeah, and then she crushed his balls.
I don't know if
they didn't marry. They didn't marry. They didn't marry, but
yes.
Yeah,
they were
dating.
They were in a relationship.
Yes.
Yeah. And then she crushed his balls. I mean, she, maybe that's when he actually crumbled, was when she did that to him.
Not as bad as Jada Pinkett Smith, though.
Oh, she's a queen bee of femdom. But I wouldn't doubt if she rattled off all the buzz points of being a radical feminist and telling him how horrible he was and crushing his balls that turned him into Pussy Boy here.
Well, I mean, then what about Anthony Anderson and all these other people? So,
well, right, they're idiots. I mean, honestly, the more you got wacko, Blackish is gone, right? Yeah. So, and Colbert's not out of the woods yet.
The show could be yanked. All he has to do is say something stupid, and it's gone.
I'm winning. Yeah, I think it's a matter of
new management, Skydance.
Yeah, right. And they shuffled games over there because they had to admit how much they were losing because the financial records had to be released for Skydance to look over and sit back and say, why is this useless fuck still on the air after? And when you see numbers like this, not for 1 year, not for 2 years, but a lot of years, why is he still here? Why have you not replaced him? And it's going to be a matter of not if, but when Colbert says something absolutely fucking stupid and they finally yank his ass.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not forget the other factor. You brought it up, Mike, and I'm going to follow through with this. Jimmy Kimmel violated the absolute terms of condition when he was over there with the cadre of people on Colbert's show, on a competing network, on a competing show. That doesn't set well. Even back in the days of Johnny, when they're talking about it, and you got a guest on there, and the guest is going to be on, not NBC, but ABC or CBS, right? They say on a competing network. Look it up. That goes all the way back to the 70s. If even more than that. We don't have a lot of the 60s shows from Johnny because he had a lot of those wiped, sadly. But so the fact that he went over there was enough for Jimmy to get tossed out on his ear. And I'm sure that's part of the list that they have if they even want to entertain talking to him. The entertaining might be him coming in there, whining, crying, being bitch boy, them sitting back, enjoying the show and tell him to F off. I think that's what you're going to get. Despite what we all do about Iger, he is smart enough in that area.
Yeah. Now, real quick, I'm just going to go through the weekend box office real quick, just because I have promised it. And
yeah, we didn't have it last week, and I want to see how Stephen King's movie's doing.
All right, so the top movie for this weekend was Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, the movie Infinity Castle, which made $17.3 million this particular weekend, and that gives it a grand total domestically of $104 million, internationally $450 million, and a worldwide total of $555 million. I think it's a success. I'm
going to say holy shit. I'm going to say holy shit on that. It's number one. It only made 17 million, but it's the 17 million that's heads and shoulders. It's over half the amount that Stephen King's movie came in. But we'll look at that later.
Yeah, and as you can see, it's a rated R movie.
Yeah,
it's in 3,315 theaters, and its first weekend it made 70 million. What does that tell you?
Yeah.
Tells me a lot. It tells me people are tired of Hollywood's block. Him, a young athlete, descends into a world of terror when he's invited to train with a legendary champion whose charisma curdles into something darker. And it's only made 13 million.
I never even heard of it. I'll be honest, this is the first time I've heard of it.
I hadn't even seen any advertisement for it. Again,
I've seen a couple trailers, and believe me, when I see trailers everywhere I go, it's usually, I mean, I see a lot of trailers, right? So
when a bag goes primarily,
that one I've seen twice, so they weren't advertising it that well.
No,
I mean that you want to that Demon Slayer budget was only 15.7 million. Oof.
Another film from Japan. Another film from Japan. This time an anime. That shows you don't need these large budgets to produce this content.
You don't.
That's
a massive
like
success.
$5 an hour, though.
If I remember that anime movie of Dragon Ball Z a few years ago, I think.
Yeah, that's a gangbusters.
They're doing well with this stuff. So yeah.
Well,
there's a built-in fan base for one thing. You got the anime, you got the merchandise, you have the manga that these things start out as, and then they just build from there. But yeah, they just make a lot of these films just look like, just laugh at them in a way. But
well, I mean, honestly, let's look at it. Let's look at the implications of this, right? So yeah, it's not doing as well in the United States as it is in the world, right?
No.
But $100 million, nothing to snort at. And with a budget like that, just on the American market, how many times over have they made their budget back? And now we bring in the rest of the world.
Yep.
I'd like to know a breakdown of that, though, because I'd like to.
Yeah.
What countries bought it the most? Was it Japan got the biggest chunk of that?
I would imagine so.
I don't know, but how funny would it be if that movie actually ends up making more money than Super Goof and some of this other stuff?
Is this the first weekend?
I know that's just one weekend. Yeah.
This is the first weekend.
No, let me expand. Let me expand it.
Oh, okay.
It's a second weekend.
Oh, okay.
Second weekend, and they're at that number.
Dude.
Yeah.
They're at that number.
They might actually
a change plus 27 for theaters.
Yeah.
So 27 theaters added it.
It went up. And gentlemen, you want to know about the breakdown. I'm sure a lot of your Asian countries is coming in from, because in Vietnam they love anime. Korea loves South, that is, love anime.
North Korea probably doesn't know what anime is.
No, they do know it. Yeah, that's another dirty little thing I've talked about before. But China, they like it there. China. Taiwan, the Philippines. I'm sure in that entire area, and of course, needless to say, Japan, if I didn't say it already, is where you're getting a lot of people running to see this. But I'm sure Australia, New Zealand's probably got themselves little crowds going in there. Yeah, this is huge. This is huge. They are embarrassing us, and rightly so.
As they should be.
Yeah. I root it on.
And The Conjuring Last Rites, well, that made $12.9 million this weekend in its third week. And it's made a total of $151 million so far.
Okay. Depends on what the budget is.
I'm looking that up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping it's a small budget, because I want to see these small budget films getting these results to hammer it home that you don't need to go knucking futs.
It had a budget of $55 million, according to the Bean search I just did.
Okay, so if they're still on track, they will make money off of it. But yeah, I wouldn't go out there and start saying it's a huge success because of that. And again, I never heard of it. I mean, and that's the sad thing. They're not giving advertising to this.
No,
I never saw any advertising for Demon Slayer.
I never seen advertising for that.
Yeah, and you have 100 million.
Yes, because it's already
with
got an audience. Yeah.
Well, the thing is yeah, you got your built-in audience, but don't you want that audience to be even more? Advertise. Yeah. You know what? So did the Marvel movies. They got their built-in audience. You don't need to dump all that money in advertising.
I wonder how much their advertising budget was. If they made it for $15 million, how much was the advertising budget? I never seen anything about it. All I remember hearing anything about was K-pop Demon Slayers.
Yes, K-pop.
Yeah.
The only reason I even knew about it was when I went and saw Nobody 2 and also the re-release of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They had a cardboard cutout about it in my theater. That's the only way I knew about it.
I don't remember even hearing anything about the Conjuring or any of this stuff. All I remember is seeing that these trailers just popped up during a movie, like Nobody 2 or something else. I don't remember ever watching some as, oh, here's a trailer for this movie. What? No.
Well, you know, the greatest way of advertising, the best way they had to get a film out there that's no longer really around anymore, but we should find a way to bring it back. The best advertising you usually had was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday's paper payments, especially on the Sunday and the Friday, because it was multi-page, sometimes the full page for a movie. But they made sure they got things out there, including the lower budget stuff. And you look at it, hey, that looks interesting. Because everybody ran for that was interested in seeing a movie.
Yeah, we got our local little newspaper that we would get, and of course we only had twin cinema. So, two screens, and that's all we had in our little town. So it was only two movies showing that week, and we was always getting the paper just to see what was coming.
Yeah, Toy Story's number 8, Tree Rock, for its 30th anniversary re-release.
Not surprised.
And they usually don't do justice for those re-releases. They need to do a bigger push on that.
They need to do better advertising for the re-release, get people interested in going to see the re-release. Maybe, have something extra beforehand. I mean, before Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, they had some behind-the-scenes footage of making the movie and the director talking about it.
Right.
And it wasn't an old clip of the director talking about it either. It was a more recent clip of the director talking about what went on filming the movie.
Yeah, should ask him about Electric Dreams. He did those. That was his first movie.
You know, he wasn't there live, Baron.
Oh, damn it. Well, I'm sure they had a satellite connection. Didn't they have that? No, I'm kidding here. But you know, take a look at that. And we take a look at what's number 4.
Downton Abbey.
A boring yakky yak with pompous accents celebrating the end of the TV series.
Hey, you watch it, Baron. Don't make it fun. I'm going to tell my wife on
Come
you.
on, Baron. It's a good show. I will fight you on that.
Hey, my wife watches it. My
wife will kick your butt.
Oh, my wife will beat you to it. If she heard this, she'll come and kick my ass. But no, I mean, I know it's a good show. I'm just being mocking in that sense, not for Downton Abbey, but to cram home, because you know, really, Downton Abbey is a import film. It's a foreign film, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I actually have seen advertising for this because I watch
I did too.
Older channels, older people channels that are snooty. No. But yeah, so you got that coming in, and then at 5, you have what should be a gangbuster because it's a Stephen King film, right? And Stephen King's the end all be all.
Oh.
Yeah, with the Long Walk, but it only made 6.3 million this weekend.
Yeah, it's got good reviews
of 22 million. It's only been out for 2 weeks.
And look at the instant disintegration of people' interest to see that movie, because you know Stephen King movies usually a draw. I think we can all agree on that, right? And some of those movies are dang good, and I'm sure I've heard that this one's actually good. But how things can change overnight when you go up there with your cocaine-addled lie about Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
Saying that he was advocating beating, was it homosexuals or whatnot? I can't remember, but he was going out there and advocating violence against a certain group.
And there you see, it had a budget of 20 million.
Mm-hmm. You're going to have a hard time getting that back fully. I mean, look at Abby in the gross column, side by side, right?
Mm-hmm.
They still made more money this weekend. It looks like they got a plus 17 change to that.
Yeah, they did.
And they surprisingly have more theaters than The Long Walk. I'd like to know more about that story. So, that tells you something. How again, this happens very freaking fast.
What's the budget on The Long Walk?
20 mil.
20 mil to make it?
Yep.
That's not including advertising.
And for Downton
30
Abbey, the grand finale, its budget was 50 million. I'll show that real quick.
Okay.
Now it doesn't give the marketing. None of these give the marketing budget, so we don't know the total budget.
Yeah.
I don't think Downton Abbey had hardly any marketing budget.
Mm-hmm. Well, they had enough. I saw plenty adverts for that on there. Do you have the breakdown of domestic and foreign on that on Downton Abbey?
Let me go to it.
So basically, worldwide is 59.
Mm-hmm.
It still has a chance to make its money back. We have more than the world, which I kind of find a little surprising. But yeah, there is a lot of Downton Abbey fans here in the States. See, hey, get on Tree Rock. I said the same damn thing and I was attacked by everybody.
Yeah, not for me. See, I had to take my wife to go watch Downtown Abbey, and well, that's what she called it. So,
okay.
And she started binging it a few months back, And I was like, "What are you watching?" She's like, "Downtown Abbey." I was like, "Downton Abbey."
Yeah.
It's like, shut up, leave me alone. So, but I had to go take her to the movies and watch it, and I ended up watching Superman because there was nothing else on.
You should have gone and saw Downton Abbey.
I should have watched Downton. I was going to took a nap.
Yeah, you would have come out of that auditorium wearing a top hat, a monocle. You have your cane.
Oh my Lord!
I do say it's almost time for Pop Talk. I should go over and frequent the gentleman over there. Maybe we can go into the smoking room after and have some fine cigars and brandy.
I get some brandy and talk about my niece who's pregnant with the help, for all Pete's sake.
Hey, there's one thing you got to say about Downton Abbey. They had a effing great cast, TV show, and I'm sure the movie, because a lot of them went that way. They had the actors and actresses in there. Oh my word, they are friggin' fantastic. Even if all they're doing is having tea and crumpets and talking politics.
Well, they're just acting like themselves.
Yeah, well, yeah, basically. Well, no, because they're not claiming everything's a hate crime and not being attacked by those that came in, the refugees and such. So,
well, I mean, dialogue's different, but they're just playing themselves.
Yeah, they play
different dialogue.
Hey, Long Walk. Can you get the Long Walk? It'd be interesting to see the breakdown for that one.
It didn't even look good, man. I don't know what it is. Nothing about it even sounded appetizing.
All I know, all I know is it did get good reviews, but you take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, some people say it was pretty boring. Just a bunch of guys walking and talking, and then an occasional
Downton Abbey. Oh, Downton Abbey.
Well, that's why I didn't watch it.
Yeah, but you take a look at the international on that; it's pathetic. Most of that's domestic. Yeah, it's like that's not gonna. Stephen King.
Come on, Baron. You know what movie you want me to look for?
How did you know?
Here
it is. Still on the list.
What in the world?
Video Fest 2025.
It cracked 1 million. Sure, we can watch this stuff at home on YouTube, but why not the big screen with fellow cat fanatics? The whole auditorium smelling like cat piss as we're eating our popcorn, our nachos.
I just stop the planet. I want off. I want out of here. This is a bridge too far.
Yeah, you're pulling the cord. Go. This is my stop.
I gotta go, boys.
Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. Can I get airfare to the edge of the earth so I can just jump off?
No parachute needed.
Yes, I knew you were looking for that, Baron. I knew you were.
I honestly thought it wouldn't be on the list anymore. What is it? 11 theaters is still in. And it got plus 4. They added 4.
That's crazy.
Oh, Spinal Tap 2 didn't do good.
No.
It's under Freakier Friday. So I mean the husband wife dueling movies is oh god. Reiner directed that one, didn't he?
I don't know.
Bleecker Street Media.
Oof.
I mean, right now he's God that. Oh my word! Oh my word! Bad Guys 2 did better.
Yeah, then you have the re-release of Apollo 13. That didn't even show up at my theater.
Mm-hmm. And it did better than Spinal Tap.
Yeah.
Heck,
the re-release of Hamilton did better.
Is Primal War on Primal War on there? I didn't get that movie and I wanted to watch it. Dang it. Nope.
No.
Probably already out.
You also have the senior. I didn't even know about this movie. Nearly 4 decades after being kicked off his team, Mike returns to his alma mater to take the hit that changed everything. Bruised, doubted, and nearly broken, he fights for one last shot at ending. He still believes it's possible. At the ending, he believes it's still possible. I haven't even heard about this one.
Didn't this say the Christian movie? Or what? Who makes the stinking movies now?
Let's see. Sport. It was released by
Angel.
Angel.
It's an Angel. I think it was same guy that did the last couple movies. Don McDonough or McDonough. Where's his name? Neil McDonough.
Yeah, Neil McDonough. Okay. A big, bold, beautiful journey. Again, I don't know anything about it. Two strangers who meet at a mutual friend's wedding have the chance to relive important moments from their past, illuminating the path that led them to the present and gaining the opportunity to change their futures.
Yeah, this is weird. I seen this one time on before a video on YouTube. It's Harley Quinn lady. Why can't I remember the names right now? Who's that?
What, Robbie?
Yeah, my gosh, what is wrong with me? What's her name?
Her last name is Robbie. I'm having a blank on her first name.
What's the deal?
Her
and Colin Farrell.
Yeah.
Margot Robbie.
There you
Colin
go.
Farrell. It's a weird little. They go through the woods and find a door, and they walk through, and they're all of a sudden back in time where they were living past moments or something. I don't know. It looked weird.
Yeah. So yeah.
You know, I remember back in the day where most of the time we didn't rely on like trailers and stuff on TV and you know, we'd watch stuff before other movie starts. Oh, that's coming, you know, but we also, everybody knew where to go to find trailers and to go. I mean, we everybody went to appletrailers.com and would sit there and watch freaking trailer after trailer after trailer. And we all knew what was coming out. I don't think that, I mean, you could go on Google or YouTube and do the same thing, but I think everybody just forgot about doing that and just rely on, you know, whatever advertisements coming on, you know, right before you watch a YouTube video or or an advertisement on X or something, which, you know, you don't see all of that.
Here's the thing: even before movies were out in the theater, you'd see posters, you know, in front of the movie theater, of course, but you'd see billboards advertising a movie that's coming out. Maybe, you know, 6 months later, is when you start getting the advertisement.
But the weird thing is, like, you go to the movie theater and you see a lot of the coming soon, you know, posters or, you know, billboards or something. But, you know, the movie theaters aren't getting all the business they used to. So a lot of people don't see that stuff. It's like, well, there's nothing playing within the next 3 months. I ain't been to the movie theater in over 3 months. So I ain't seeing squat what they got.
I mean, I can tell you right now what my local theater is showing. Okay, so they're showing A Big Beautiful Journey. They're showing him. The Senior. Sight and Sound presents Noah Alive. Demon Slayer. They're showing Downton Abbey. The History of Sound. The Long Walk and Toy Story for its 30th anniversary. along with Hamilton and The Conjuring: Last Rites.
You know, since you pounded on me, Mike, I have to say this: you go watch Downton Abbey before Wednesday's show.
What if I don't want to watch it? What if my theater doesn't open until 5 o'clock? It's usually when I get ready for a stream.
Well, I mean,
I already got stream scheduled there. I ain't changing the schedule.
Well, you know, you do realize though, if you go watch that movie and you ain't seen any of the other ones before that, the TV show, you're just going to be lost.
Oh, I
have seen the TV show when I go into the break room at one of my previous jobs. We could only pull in PBS, so that's what you got to watch.
Yeah, he put his cricketer's vest on and sweater, and pulled out his tea, and sat there and watched.
But I loved it. You know, if I went on my 15, and you know they were showing classic episodes of The Cajun Chef.
Justin Wilson.
He was great.
Oh my God! He went on there. They didn't like them more than it, man.
Yeah, leave it to occasion.
And those who don't know.
That's right.
But you've got Toy Story for its re-release. How did that do? Not as well as Disney probably wanted it to do.
No. Oh, yeah. You probably have a group of people that have seen that movie over and over and over again on DVD because of their kids and all that. Mm-hmm. Plus the kind of the rumbling mood that people have against Disney right now. Yeah.
1.3 this weekend for Sight and Sound Presents Noah Live, and it's got a total right now 1.6 million.
Live, huh? So basically, they're showing a movie of like a play,
a live performance. Yeah.
Okay.
Like Hamilton.
You know, don't know this Hamilton you're talking about. Don't care about this Hamilton you're talking. There is no Hamilton you were talking about. No, but we used to have that where we had concert films. I think we need more concert films. To be honest.
Mm-hmm. No, Weapons. I have heard good things about Weapons.
Yeah, everybody seemed to like Weapons.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, especially the C-96 broom handle Mauser, the one that they made into a Han Solo. That's a great one. What other weapons do I love? Oh, the SKS. Right? Everyone wants to go with the Kalashnikov, thinking that's the ultimate. I hold with the SKS. SKS is a beauty. No, it was like, you're not talking about that.
Kick him.
You told me to kick him, so I kicked him.
Wow, nobody usually listens to me.
Yeah, why are you listening to him now? I became mentally ill when I see on television what I want to see on a bigger screen and surround stuff. Oh, I mean, those English accents and the clinking of the teacups. Oh, my. Ooh.
Don't forget about the internal family drama. That's always
there's a lot of that on that show. That's for sure.
Yeah,
for rich people, you guys got a lot of problems.
Rich they are, the more problems there are. I mean, yeah. Hey, let's go escape my family problem by going to and watch something that's all about family problems. Okay,
all right.
I think it's one of those where you see these snooty rich people and you think, here I am as a poor schlub, and even they suffer the same fate as I.
Except for they got money.
Yeah,
that's what that's the point. What I would say.
Yeah.
Do you listen to what I say?
No.
And just out of curiosity, how much has Fantastic Flop made? Oh, only 519 million worldwide. Oof.
Isn't that their budget?
Okay. That's their total. And Demon Hunter is what? And so
on
take a look at it
within
again.
2 weeks.
555 million.
2 weeks.
It can definitely make more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And will.
And it's not that that they made more money than because their budget was only 15 million with probably less than $10 million PR. So at the most 25 million at the most. And look how much profit they made.
Yeah. Well, that's also the other point. I mean, they're on par. They did it faster, obviously, and they had a lower budget. Who is the winner here?
Yeah, you want to go by percentages alone? They destroyed freaking all these other movies.
You know who's the winner? Sony is the winner. They're the ones that released the picture.
Finally, Sony can do something right. They haven't done anything right since Spider-Man 3.
I mean,
Tom Holland Spider-Man 3.
Well, I mean, they're out there, saying, "Oh, look who won the war on this one," because this either Superman or Fantastic Four did so. Oh, Superman, it did so well. Look at this. Well, Demon Slayer comes along. Hold my beer. Hold my sake.
Hold my sake. More like it, Baron.
I correct myself.
All right, gentlemen, I have to go.
Yeah, we're gonna
about time
wrap up here.
I know it. I hung on for too long.
Yeah. Your wife doesn't like that.
Speaking of Superman, it made 615 million worldwide. So
yeah, it got my $15. So what are you gonna do?
You should have just waited for the watch party, man.
I didn't have nothing else to watch.
Downton Abbey.
No.
Yeah, again, you would have watched Downton Abbey and come out with your silk top hat, your really nice coat with the tails, your gloves,
make the she-shed,
your cane.
Totally brit out the she-shed. Oh, but you could do Superman. Okay.
Well, I'm used to watching retarded stuff, so it was.
Oh, thanks, Anonymous.
Sorry, I'm used to watching dumb stuff, and well, not your show. I don't know if you. Never mind. Just let's drop that part. But
he does say that about.
It wasn't that big of a hit watching Superman, although I can't. Culture, fancy rich culture is just like it's terrible. I'm allergic to it. So no, Downtown Abbey is not for me.
He's trying to get out. See, Animos preferred going. He had the two options: highbrow, educated cinema, or retarded. And then you looked at what his IQ was, and he went to Superman.
Give me the retard. Hey, I watched Alien Earth. I'm watching Alien Earth, man. Just know that's worse than Superman.
I've heard mixed reactions to that. Some people like it, some people don't.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
I've heard mixed.
Well, I'm on the mixed the one side that says it's dumber than dirt. So
okay, I was going to say on the spectrum, where does it rate?
Worse than Superman, better than Doctor Strange mom.
Oh, Doctor Strange mom.
MOM. Multiverse of Madness.
Oh,
never saw it. Don't plan to see it.
No. I saw the first Doctor Strange. I thought that was pretty good.
First one was good. Second one not so good. But anyway, I got to go.
Hey, take care.
It's been an awesome day, guys. Good stream. Even though Cash bowed out like 10 hours ago, and
Cash who?
I don't know what he's doing back there. He's probably naked in a parade or something. I'm not sure.
He's hibernating.
Yeah.
Fell asleep on the keyboard again.
I'm just listening to you guys. What's going on?
Stop playing with your doodle, man.
No, that's you, man. Your wand. Come on, man. Oh, in your she shed.
Nobody knows what you're doing behind that camera.
No, scary.
Unfortunately,
right.
I've been just listening to you guys. So yeah,
yeah, because we're worth listening to.
Yeah, that's right. And Baron was talking a lot, so I just
sorry.
It's fine.
That's par for the course right there.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Bite me.
All right, fellas. Take it easy. Have a good week.
And your point, Cash?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I know, right?
You take care, Animos. Talk to you later.
Take care,
man.
Anonymous. Thanks for joining.
No problem.
All right.
If we're like the people we like, heaven help the people we don't.
But before we get out of here, do you guys have anything you want to promote?
Alcohol. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, there we go. There we go. I could use a little of that. Well, I guess I can help Jace out Thursday on Jace Fox's 540 studio. There's a show called The Beyond that is hosted by Jace Fox himself, along with Prismatics, Celtic Cajon, Tom the Techno Sapien Geek, Whoopa Troopa, Hoshi, the Chin himself, Cash, Monet 007, and myself. So please join us over there for that. It starts between 6 and 6:30 Central Daylight Time. Why between 6 and 6:30? Simple. He's Norwegian. So, again, The Beyond on Jace Fox's 540 studio. And 6 to 6:30 start Central Daylight Time. So I got that. And I just need to get some stuff put together. And I hope to have that Contraband Police tomorrow at 5 o'clock on Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Legacy. And that's 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time. So please come over, watch me try to defend the border of Afghanistan from you capitalist pigs. Making sure that we have cold vodka, not that warm tripe that you want to send in. And we have our safe cigarettes, unlike your unsafe cigarettes that you're trying to sneak in. So again,
I thought it was the opposite.
Oh, it's,
I thought you guys had the unsafe cigarettes, considering how many packs you tell your people to smoke them each day.
Did you not see the sign on Vlad's shed, his store? Ice cold vodka and safe cigarettes. We have the safest cigarettes in the world. The safest. No one can compete with us.
You keep telling yourself that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You've never seen an Arcanistani ever affected by the continuous smoking of our safe cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that's on Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Legacy, 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time tomorrow. Back to you, Mike. I can't think of anything else.
Cash, what do you have coming up on the Phantom Hooligans?
Just like I said, just getting things back in order. You go, Mike.
Nothing
right now. We'll talk. Excuse me. We'll talk next week or this week about some stuff.
Now he's feeling the coughing and not feeling no.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as far as what else is coming up on Pacific414 for YouTube, Rumble, or even X, on Tuesday on the YouTube side, I'll be playing some WrestleQuest, and that'll go from 5 p.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern, and then from 8 p.m. Eastern to 10 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to play some Jump Space. And I know Baron has the game. I will hit up Anonymous to see if he wants to join. And Cash, if you want to join the Jump Space part of the stream on Tuesday, you're more than welcome to. So
do better, guys. Do better.
Two
I'm
games.
the healer. I'm the healer.
You kind of have to heal yourself, Baron.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Rivals. But
Mm-hmm.
2 games, one being the main game, the other being an extra little treat. I mean, for $20, it's not a bad deal for Jump Space.
Yeah, get it, man. Get it. And they're expanding. It's expanding. Take a look at their roadmap. And it's like, holy cow, this is what's going to be with the final. Get in early.
Yeah.
One of us.
Yeah, and of course, Wednesday's Pop Talk. I don't have it scheduled yet, but as soon as I see what topics are good to go with as far as talking points are concerned, we will definitely have that scheduled. And then on Thursday, I'll be playing Black Myth Wukong. for the first time on stream, and maybe during that stream I might switch it to Jump Space. So,
yeah. Oh, and I just want to address this. This is how you'd smoke cigarette in Afghanistan. You need to learn more cultural diversity, comrade. More cultural diversity. That's why we Afghanistanis are tougher than you. This is how you smoke cigarette, and yes, they are safe cigarettes. Just make sure that you do not have any ice cold vodka in your mouth at the time. And that's all I have to say.
And True Rock also says there should be a warning on the cigarette box to not smoke the cigarette with the lip part in your mouth.
That's for you capitalist pigs again. That's not manly way of smoking cigarette. We do it as God intended. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. We're godless society. I mean, as our dear leader says, as ordained, that you have the lip part in mouth, and you enjoy our safe cigarettes that way.
Yes. So I do want to thank everybody who was here for today's show. We had Anonymous. And thank you for being on the panel. We also, of course, had Baron and Cash. Thank you for being on the panel as well. I want to thank 24/7 Fusion Media for being on with us today as well. And I am going to send him the link to Wednesday's show as soon as I have that scheduled.
Oh, so he's going to blow shit up over there. Yeah.
And of course, you're Ron, also known as Shane. Thank you very much for being here. Good to see you, brother. And of course, she's got to make sure that I'm reminded that Baron is now my problem when he's on the stream. The long-suffering Miss Tagge. Good to see you. Cash's #1 fan.
Oh yeah, I'm afraid she's going to leave me for him.
Who knows? That chin might be tempting.
I tell you, yeah.
And of course, Low Spec Linux Gaming. Great to see you, brother, over on the Rumble side.
No, she says size doesn't matter, but then she looks at Cash's chin going, well, maybe I can change my mind on that.
Yeah. And of course, the Comic Relief Crusader. And again, brother, I need to get in contact with you about coming on the show.
The comedian.
And of course, 24/7 Fusion Media. Good to see you, brother. Always great to hang out with you, and looking forward to having you back on for Wednesday's show. And of course, Tree Rock, thank you for being here as well, brother. And Pops, thank you very, very much. And always glad to see you, Pops. And I got to get you back on at some point.
I'm going to be filming tomorrow. I'm going to be filming tomorrow the last film. So,
maybe for the Back to the Future double feature watch party that we're having on November 12th. And Pop Culture Mechanic, same for you. I got to get you back on. We haven't talked in a long while. And over on the Rumble side, Gary, good to see you, brother. And also, I want to say hello and thank you to Homestand Gardner over on the Rumble side. Great to see new people over on that side. And Scattered Night, thank you very much. Pat Wannabe, always good to see you, brother. Always nice to see you. And we also had Skeptic Lens over on the Rumble side. Thank you very much. Tommy of Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective, thank you for being here, brother. And you guys had a good show this past Thursday talking about different action figures ranging from Batman, of course, Transformers.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a good show, and even He-Man.
Da, 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 da.
And of course, Godzillionaire, good to see you, brother. And I hope to see you Tuesday when we play WrestleQuest, but also for the Jump Space part of the stream. And Jace, thank you for the 10-month member chat. Really appreciate it. Also, he just came strolling in. I know he's been lurking. Wolvie always lurks.
He pulled an animos. He pulled an animos on us.
Yes, he did. Wolvie, though, 1/4 Jew. Good to see you, brother. Hope your weekend's going well.
So I can only do a quarter of the Hava Nagila. Da 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 da.
But everybody, you have yourself a good Sunday and a good week. And remember, on this channel, don't ever give up on me in a game. And don't ever give up on this channel, because just when you do, you might miss something. Take care, everybody. And Wolfie says it's been a good one. It has.
Woot!
Autobots, transform and roll out!